Galw'r aelodau i drefn. Yr eitem gyntaf yn agenda ni'r prynawn yma yw'r cwestiynau ysgrifennydd Cabinet dros economi a thrafnidiaeth. A mae'r cwestiwn cyntaf gan Lynn Eagle.
Thank you. What assessment has the Cabinet Secretary made of the impact of Brexit on the automotive industry?
Can I thank the member for a keen interest in this particular subject and assure that we're in regular dialogue with both the Welsh Automotive Forum and the national sector bodies on the potential impact of Brexit, and based upon these discussions and based on daily interaction with Welsh automotive companies, my officials continue to assess the potential scenarios.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I'm very proud that I've got hundreds of constituents employed in highly skilled, well-paid and unionised jobs in manufacturing in the automotive sector in Torfaen. I'm sure that, like me, you'll have seen numerous warnings from experts that Brexit, especially Brexit where we leave the customs union and single market, poses a very severe threat to automotive manufacturing in particular. Can I ask you, you mentioned assessments, to provide some detail on the assessments that you've made of the likely risk to the automotive sector and what steps your government is taking urgently to try and mitigate those risks, given what we know about just how competitive automotive manufacturing is and how dependent it is on just-in-time manufacturing principles. Thank you.
Can I thank Lynn Eagle again for making an important point about just-in-time delivery? And this is something that the outgoing CBI Director recently talked of in the context of Brexit, and the member is absolutely right. There are hundreds of her constituents employed in the automotive sector in Torfaen, and there are 19,000 people across Wales employed in this crucial sector. Crucial because it contributes over £3.5 billion worth of revenue to the economy across the UK. There are more than 800,000 people employed in the automotive industry, and very recently the likes of BMW and other major employers have been talking about their concerns over Brexit. Now, we've been working with Cardiff Business Schools as well as with the Welsh Automotive Forum and with sector bodies across the UK to assess the likely impact of Brexit scenarios on the automotive industry. There are some factors that we could mitigate against, but many are out of our control, and that's why it gives us very grave concern that the UK Government and the Cabinet particularly have not reached an agreed position on a customs union.
Susie Davis.
Diolch Llywydd. Cabinet Secretary, you'll remember our exchanges in this chamber over the concerns of the 1,000 or so jobs which could be lost if new opportunities aren't found for the Ford factory in Bridgend, in my region. And in our cross-party meeting with the Ford staff at that time, Brexit wasn't their main concern, although I suspect it may be more of a concern now. It was rather the relationship with the American market. And of course, with President Trump's announcement on tariffs, you can see why this is now an immediate worry. As Welsh Government has invested heavily in offices around the world now, I wonder if you can explain what those offices have been able to do in the meantime in order to expand opportunities for Ford across the globe. Thank you.
Well, we're in active discussions with other employers concerning utilising the Ford site in Bridgend and in terms of growing the automotive sector in Wales. Of course, Brexit and the uncertainties concerning Brexit are an inhibiting factor in terms of being able to attract investment. However, through our new offices, not just in North America, but across Europe, we are discussing with major automotive companies the potential to see investment come to Wales. There is also, of course, the other challenge that we've discussed at that group, which concerns the need to transition to a decarbonised economy, and in particular ensure that as many UK-based automotive manufacturers move towards hybrid and electric powertrains and ensure that they see the challenge of producing diesel-only engines in terms of the likely impact that the targets that the UK government has set out will have on their employers. So there are three main challenges that we need to overcome. One, the known and as yet unknown consequences of Brexit. Two, the American market, of course, and developing the supply chain within the UK to take advantage of any possible opportunities presented by Brexit. And then three, ensuring that manufacturers embrace the decarbonisation agenda and the move towards ultra-low emissions vehicles.
Neil Hamilton.
I'm sure the Cabinet Secretary will agree with me that no sensible person wants to see tariffs on imports and exports of cars between Britain and the EU. In the unhappy event that the European Commission continues to block proposals for a free trade deal, it would be the EU which would come off worst, because they export £3.9 billion worth of cars to us. We export only £1.3 billion to them, and half the cars that are exported to Britain from the EU are from Germany alone. Has he seen that Rupert Stadler, the chairman of Audi, has said that there would be no winners if a trade deal wasn't struck between the EU and the UK, and it would cost jobs in Germany as well as Britain? That Lutz Metzger from Porsche Cars says failure to strike a deal would put German jobs at risk. And, of course, as a result of the Trump tariff plans, there would be massive problems created for the European car manufacturers, and that's because the EU imposes a 10% tariff on cars imported from the US, whereas the US imposes only a 2.5% tariff at the moment. So it's the EU's protectionism and their own negotiating intransigence which produces these potential problems.
Look, nobody wins in the scenario that we have no agreed deal based on the negotiations that are taking place. And I think one area the member is absolutely right in his assessment, is in saying that this shouldn't just be a debate about who is going to be the worst loser, and ensuring that the UK is not the worst loser. In order to ensure that we all benefit to the maximum and that we all lose the least, we have to have a very pragmatic approach to negotiations. And that pragmatic approach means that the Prime Minister has to drop those red lines that she's embraced for over many months and adopt a position that serves the purpose of sustaining employment. And that means continued participation in a customs union and free and unfettered access to the single market. We've been consistent now for some time in our position, and I would hope that eventually the UK Government and its Cabinet will adopt that position too.
Cwestiwn 2, Dawn Bowden.
Diolch, Llywydd. How will investment in rail and metro services benefit the Merthyr Tydfil and Rumney constituency?
Well, local people will be better connected and will be able to take advantage of job, health and leisure opportunities. The Metro will deliver 4 trains per hour to each of the heads of the Valley's communities north of Cardiff Queen Street from 2022 for Merthyr and for 2023 for Rumney.
Thank you for that information, which sets out the clear benefits as we do deliver the 26 manifesto commitment in this regard. But in the recent report by the Joseph Rowntree Foundation, entitled The Effective Housing for People on Low Incomes in the Welsh Valleys, there was a recommendation, it was recommendation 3 in fact, to improve access to employment. And the report states that employment-related initiatives can only be effective if they lead to decent, sustainable employment, and in certain parts of the valleys, which I believe must include places like the Upper Rumney Valley, that will require significant economic renewal. Now, given that there are only limited opportunities to directly intervene for the economic well-being of these communities, it seems to me that when the Welsh Government holds the levers of economic power, as with investment in the rail franchise and metro, we must make sure that our more isolated communities, like the Upper Rumney Valley, are the direct beneficiaries of these projects. Can I therefore ask you, Cabinet Secretary, what you will do to ensure that this happens?
Well, I'd agree entirely with the member that transport has a crucial role to play in regeneration, growing the economy, not just in established centres of wealth, but also in more deprived areas. And Rumney will see investment in a new bay platform, will see investment in tracks, stabling, charging points and enhanced light maintenance. And this will support the more and bigger trains that will be coming down the line. And it's also in addition to the 4 services an hour from 2023. But I'm pleased to be able to tell the member that light maintenance of the rolling stock will be undertaken at the Rumney stabling facilities, providing, as she rightly identifies, the opportunity for employment in the future.
Mark Reckless.
Residents in the Upper Valleys have often told me that one of the greatest barriers to travelling to Cardiff to seek work is not the frequency of service or necessarily the speed, but the cost. So from that perspective, can I really welcome the agreement between Welsh Government and the new franchise holder to reduce the fares from the Upper Valleys? And can I ask the Cabinet Secretary, will that apply in reverse from people travelling from Cardiff up to Merthyr for work or otherwise? And will it also apply from people coming from the Upper Valleys to Newport?
Yeah, the aim with flatlining is to make sure that those who are accessing opportunities are coming from those communities at the heads of the valleys pay less, making sure that we bring a degree of equality of opportunity in terms of access and job opportunities. It's worth saying that one of the major barriers facing people who are not in work is the cost and availability of transport. And I've identified one particular statistic that is of great concern to me, and that is that 20% of young people in the northeast of Wales are unable to get to their job interviews because they can't afford or access public transport. That is not acceptable in the 21st century, and I think that concessionary schemes and the flatlining agreement that we've reached with the operator and development partner are crucial in ensuring that everybody has access to employment opportunities.
Cwestiynau nawr gan lefarwyr y pleidiau. Llefarydd Plaid Cymru, Rhina Biorwerth.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Cyn I fi ddechrau, mi na I egluro cwestiynau I chi ydy'r rhain, nid i'r gweinidog dros deftadaeth na'r iaith. Os ni'n licio dechrau drwy longyfarch yr holl fusnesau hynny sydd agwedd iach ag adeiladol tuag at y Gymraeg, nid yn unig oherwydd bod nhw'n cefnogi y Gymraeg a'n diwylliant ni, ond oherwydd bod nhw'n gweld gwerth I ddefnyddio'r Gymraeg yn ei busnes. Ond wrth gwrs mae yna eithriadau. Felly o ystyried sylwadau cwbl sarhaus gan un cwmni, na'i ddim I enwi, am yr iaith dros y dyddiau diwetha, ydych chi'n credu y gallwn ni wastad ddibynnu ar ewyllus da cwmnïau preifat I barchu a defnyddio yr iaith Gymraeg?
I don't think we can necessarily rely on goodwill alone. I think what it requires is goodwill, a degree of cooperation with Welsh Government, but also a recognition that if you are to be successful in business, particularly in the retail sector, and the company that the member has not named is part of the retail sector, you need to engage with the community upon which you survive. And if you're alienating a significant proportion of that community, you should not expect their custom. And so it makes not just good business sense to adopt and to embrace the Welsh language. I think it also makes good commercial sense because you can add value to your product and your services by using something that is unique. And the language is absolutely unique to Wales.
Hollol iawn, ag eto o dynnu sylw at y busnesau hynny sy'n eisoes yn gweithredu yn gadarnhaol. Mi yn haro fi y dyla'r busnesau hynny hunain gael ei defnyddio I annog busnesau eraill I fod yn fwy cadarnhaol tuag at yr iaith. Yn enwedig hefyd o ystyried yr cyfraniad mawr y gall y sector breifat I wneud tuag at gyrraedd y nod o filiwn o siaradwyr y Cymraeg. Pam felly, os ga I ofyn, oedd yna ddim apel ar fusnesau I ymestyn I cefnogaeth a'i defnydd o'r Gymraeg fel un o alwadau gweithredu craidd eich strategaeth economaidd chi, ac yn enwedig lle mae yna gwmnïau wedi derbyn arian llywodraeth.
Well, of course, with the economic contract, that's designed to drive inclusive growth. And then the calls to action, the new lens through which we'll be supporting businesses, is intended to drive down the productivity gap between ourselves and many European countries. Within the economic contract, which is, as I repeat, is designed to drive inclusive growth, there is a certain point in the criteria to promote fair work. And fair work means that you have to ensure that people have access to good quality jobs and that they're able to utilise their skills. And that includes, of course, being able to speak in the tongue that people choose to speak. Now, I think the economic contract in driving inclusive growth won't just be a benefit in terms of reducing the gap in inequality in terms of wealth and well-being. It will also be of assistance in making sure that we reduce the gap between those people who are working or living in Welsh-speaking communities, often in more rural and deprived areas, and those more successful economies in intensely urban areas.
I think you're right. There is reference in the economy strategy to using economic development to grow and develop the language. But there's no reference there to how the language itself can boost economic growth. I chaired a recent meeting of Wales International, the cross-party group. We looked at a report from the British Council on soft power and how to make the most of our soft power. It made a number of recommendations, interesting ones. One thing that really strengthens Scotland's soft power abroad was the fact that it had had a referendum on independence recently, and I trust we'll have one in Wales before too long as well. But it was about boosting that nation's identity. It was about boosting that nation's identity. And another thing that it said as a recommendation was that we should highlight those things that make us stand out from the rest of the UK, and there's an obvious one, which is the Welsh language. Isn't there therefore much more that government can do to use the language and the fact that it makes us stand out and be different as a tool for growing our economy in Wales?
I'd agree entirely, and I think the example of the Euros are perfect in demonstrating how the attention of an entire continent, actually the entire world, can focus on a small country and focus in on what its unique attributes are. And in the case of the Euros, the Welsh language was being spoken very far and wide and giving us that added value. But I'm delighted to be able to say that we will be looking at a specific project in Wales that will examine the potential of the Welsh language in driving economic development. That will be the Arfor project, which is being proposed by Adam Price and which will be taken forward by this government.
Llefarydd y Ceidwadwyr, Susie Davies.
Diolch, Llywydd. Weinidog. Thank you for visiting Neath Abbey and the Ironworks very recently with myself and Jeremy Miles. I have to say the Friends were delighted that you took the trouble to come and see them, and so that they could show you the hard work that they've been doing, promoting and looking after that site, even though they don't own it. Obviously, it's owned by the local authority. Tourism is one of the strands of the Valley's task force work, and I know that you agree with me and the Friends that these sites, along with other culturally significant sites in the Neath and the Dillais Valleys, have huge tourism potential. So how can Welsh Government help us capitalise in the growth in wealth coming from the City Deal and promote Neath tourism as a coherent offer? And have you considered further a resilience-style programme to help support community groups like the Friends of the Ironworks manage and even assume full responsibility for some of our important cultural sites?
I indeed enjoyed my visit to the Abbey and to the Ironworks. Ie, mae'n achlog neu. O felly ateb, Susie, Gymraeg, ynddo? Nes i fwynhau fy nhaith yn arbennig. Roedd hi'n hyfryd gweld yn ansawdd y gwaith sydd wedi cael ei wneud yn barod ar yr abati yn dod ar adeilad yn ôl I ddiogelwch. Ni ddim i'w cyfan ohono fo, ond rannau ohono fo. Ond wrth gwrs gaethon ni ddim o'r weld y gwaith mwy ardderchog, ond dwi ddim eto wedi gwblhau. Ond dwi yn sicr bod o'n cael ei wneud i'r safon uchaf. Y ffordd mae cadw yn gweithio, rydyn ni yn cydweithio fel corff. Mae'r corff yn parhau yn rhan o Lywodraeth Cymru, ond mae o'n cael ei reoli yn annibynnol o fewn y Llywodraeth. Mae yna, cyn bo hir, mi fydd yna hysbyseb bellach I benodi cadeirydd a bwrdd I cadw. Ac yna, dyn ni'n gobeithio bydd y bwrdd hwnnw wedyn yn gallu parhau ar gwaith o gydweithio gyda cymunedau sydd yn barod wedi dangos I gofal am I etifeddiaeth. Mae yna enghraifft da iawn wedi digwydd yn ddiweddar lle rydyn ni wedi cael castell yn feddiant yng Nghaer Gwrle a'r Hob oddi wrth y Cyngor Cymuned, ac mae'r trafodaethau yn parhau o hyd i'r gwir feddolwyr oedd yn edrych ar ôl yr ardal o gwmpas y castell I parhau I wneud hynny tra bod pobl sydd yn gweithio yn uniongyrchol I cadw, contractwyr cadw, yn gallu gofalu ar ôl yr hynebion. Ac felly, da ni yn gwerthfawrogi'n fawr iawn y gefnogaeth da ni'n gael oddi wrth wir feddolwyr, a mi fyddai'n sicr yn unrhyw gynlluniau fydd yn cael ei datblygu ar gyfer glanhau ac addasu yn arbennig y gwaith hyn, sydd yn mor hanesyddol yn adeiladu llongau ager ac yn y blaen yng Nghymru, bydd y gwaith yna yn cael ei sicrhau, bydd y gwirfoddolwyr yn parhau gydweithio.
Well, thank you very much for that, and actually I'm really pleased with the answer, because when we have so many individuals in our communities who really want to buy into the places in which they live and help keep them strong and sustainable, we shouldn't overlook the opportunities for doing that. Last weekend was, of course, Armed Forces Day, and I know that many of us here will have been paying our respects to serving and former armed forces personnel in our own ways. The Welsh Conservatives pledged to create a multi-site national military museum for Wales, building on and including existing museums. And this would be an opportunity not just to show our veterans and serving personnel how much they mean to us and to celebrate their achievements, but to examine wider questions about conflict and the changing nature of warfare and the work of the forces in peacekeeping and non-military work as well. Last year, the UK Government committed £2 million to support a Museum of Military Medicine in Wales. A Museum of Football is on the table here in Wales. What's your view on a National Military Museum for Wales?
Dydw i ddim wedi ystyried y cwestiwn yma, oherwydd ydw i'n parhau i ddisgwyl adroddiad ar un cynllun arall yn arbennig, sef oriel gel gyfoes, a mi fyddai'n ystyried honno pan ddaw'r adroddiad. Mae yna, wrth gwrs, mae yna nifer o elfennau o'n traddodiad milwrol yn cael eu coffau yn barod. Mae gan y gwahanol rannau o'r lluoedd arfog. Mae ganddyn nhw amgueddfeydd bychan. Mae yna amgueddfa, fel gwyddoch chi, o fewn Castell Caerdydd, y firing line, o'n i'n arfer bod yn gysylltiedig ar amgueddfa honno cyn i fi ddod i'r swydd yma. Ac felly dwi'n hapus iawn i edrych ar y posibiliadau. Ond mi fydda'n rhaid i hynny fod yn bartneriaeth gyda y lluoedd arfog i hunan, os ydym ni'n mynd i dderbyn arteffactau neu unrhyw dystiolaeth hanesyddol ar gyfer ryw arddangosfa felly, neu amgueddfa felly. A dwi ddim wedi gweld y cynllun gan y Blaid Geirwadol Gymreig, ond mi fyddwn ni'n croesawu i cael cyfarfod i drafod hyn be byddech chi'n dymuno.
Well, thank you very much for that, Alpha. I can recommend the manifesto of the Welsh Conservatives for a good read one night. Earlier this month... Oh dear. Earlier this month, the Cabinet Secretary tweeted that he was, and I quote, delighted that one of the latest UK productions to be commissioned by Netflix is currently being filmed in Wales, thanks to Welsh Government support. And I mean, that is excellent news. I hope you all welcome that. However, with our ongoing inquiry into Welsh Government support for the media, and the fact that the media investment budget is in suspension at the moment, can you confirm that we are talking financial support here? And if so, which fund or loan programme does that support come from?
Rydyn ni ar hyn o bryd yn edrych ar yn rhaglen fuddsoddi. Rydyn ni yn edrych yn arbennig sut y gellir cyfuno datblygiad Cymru greadigol, sydd yn ymrwymiad llywodraeth, ar gyfer y llywodraeth gan Lafur Cymru. A'r drafodaeth ydw i wedi gael hyd yn hyn, ydy y bydden ni'n rhagweld pan fyddwn ni'n sefydlu Cymru greadigol fel corff. A fyddai'n dweud mwy am hyn o bosib yn y pwyllgor yn fuan, oherwydd dwi'n bwriadu roi tystiolaeth ar y mater yma. Yna y byddwn ni yn cyfuno y cronfeydd ar gyfer buddsoddi gyda gwaith Cymru greadigol. Fel y bydde yna y paneli presennol sydd yn penderfynu ar gefnogaeth ar gyfer y cyfryngau ac ar gyfer ffilmiau yn gallu cael dod yn rhan o'r corff hwnnw. Dyna dwi'n meddwl bydda'r ffordd ysymol o symud ymlaen. Ond os dim penderfyniad wedi gwneud ar hynny eto.
Llyfarydd UKIP, David Roberts.
Diolch, Hefyd. Does the Cabinet Secretary think that the failure to reduce the number of local authorities in Wales will make it more difficult to implement your economic strategy as outlined in your document Prosperity for All?
Not necessarily, because the Economic Action Plan places a particular focus on regional working, and now that we have the chief regional officers in place and we have strong regional working through the development of growth and city deals, I'm confident that we'll be able to further strengthen regional economies with their own distinct identities in the years to come.
Well, I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his answer, but does he not think that the multi-layered approach to economic delivery has the very real potential of becoming a bureaucratic nightmare, and that the plethora of local governments exacerbates this potential?
I would say that we need to resolve certain pressing issues concerning local authority activities, including planning, for example. It's also essential that we have a simplified and more transparent process to support businesses. That's why Welsh Government is consolidating a number of funds into the Economy Futures Fund. But in the months to come, as we further implement the Economic Action Plan, with a particular focus on the regional part of the plan, I'm keen to look at where we can consolidate as much as possible the activities that local government does in tandem and in collaboration with Welsh Government in order to further drive down the amount of bureaucracy and administration that many businesses complain of, and to make sure that we utilise our collective resources to best effect.
Well, again, I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his answer, but if we look at the organisations now charged with delivering a strong regional-based economy, City Deals, Valleys Initiative, the remaining enterprise zones, North Wales Economic Ambition Board, and of course local authorities, surely there is considerable blurring of demarcation between all these bodies. Is the Cabinet Secretary confident that they will be able to operate in a cooperative and cost-effective manner, and do you have the evidence that this cooperation is in fact being implemented?
Well, I think in terms of the regional plans that are going to be put together, those plans will need to lead to a framework for regional working that drives out the sometimes burdensome complexities of too many organisations and bodies doing essentially what the other body is doing, but in a different way or with a different branding exercise. I think what businesses tell us they want is one point of contact for all support from government or local government, and that in terms of economic development, we focus on those factors that are going to drive up productivity. We focus on making sure we've got people equipped with the right skills to fill vacancies, that we go on investing in the right infrastructure. These are all components of the Economic Action Plan, and I'm confident that in maintaining the course that we have now set economic development on in Wales, we will lead to greater levels of prosperity, not just wealth, but also greater levels of well-being as well.
Cantonev.
Secretary make a statement on the application of the minimum wage in Wales.
Well, the minimum wage is set by the UK Government and applies to all employers in Wales. We strongly support measures that increase household income and actively encourage businesses to consider paying the living wage as defined by the Living Wage Foundation.
Thank you for that answer, Cabinet Secretary, and perhaps timely to welcome the appointment of Linda Dickens as the chair of the Welsh Government's Fair Work Commission, because when it comes to the issue of the minimum wage and workers' rights generally, we can see that the ball game is beginning to change at UK government level, where the hardline Brexiteers are now beginning to talk about the opportunities of deregulation, that is, removing workers' rights standards and terms and conditions. So the steps being taken by Welsh Government at this stage, I think, are very welcome. My colleague Joe Stevens, the MP for Cardiff Central, raised last year the fact that there had been no prosecutions in Wales in 2016 for minimum wage breaches, and I've just seen the announcement in respect of the 10 prosecutions that have taken place subsequently. Cabinet Secretary, it seems very clear that there is no will within the UK Government and no resource or commitment to dealing with the impact of the gig economy, the lack of worker rights. All of us as Assembly members will know of companies and issues that arise where there are breaches of health and safety, terms and conditions, and where the minimum wage is clearly not being paid or is being abused through complex payment systems. Do you not agree with me that, firstly, the Fair Work Commission in Wales establishing that as the ethos of employment within Wales is something that is very much desired? But secondly, isn't it about time that perhaps the issue of the minimum wage, or certainly its enforcement, should be something devolved to a government that's prepared to stand up for it?
The member makes many, many important points, and I'd suggest that anybody who talks with great enthusiasm about the opportunities of deregulation should first just take a quick look at what's happened to bus services and then assess whether opportunities of deregulation are something that are always attractive and beneficial to the wider population. Can I thank the member for welcoming the appointment of the chair of the Fair Work Commission, and say that whilst enforcement of the statutory living wage is pitifully under-resourced and the minimum wage pitifully under-resourced in the UK, this is something that our Fair Work Board has recognised. And so as we transition from a Fair Work Board to the Fair Work Commission, it's been decided that enforcement and how we can make sure this happens in Wales will be an early part of the Commission's consideration. The Commission should be reporting back with early recommendations in the spring of next year, and I would hope, given that it is going to be a priority area of concern, that enforcement of this important process will be part of the report with recommendations next spring.
David Melding.
Cabinet Secretary, you'll know the Low Pay Commission is visiting Anglesey today and tomorrow to get the views of people affected by the minimum wage. And do you agree with me it's essential that all people involved, from businesses, workers and trade unions, indeed anyone with an interest in this important public policy area, ensures that they deliver evidence so that next year's minimum wage is set at an appropriate level?
I'd agree that participation is crucial. The vast majority of businesses are incredibly responsible businesses, and it's just a small minority that can be ruthless and exploit workers. In terms of ensuring that we get the best rates that can be paid, of course there are many concerns that need to be factored into it. They can't be factored into the setting of the wage rate unless participation by employers takes place, and for that reason I would certainly agree with the member that participation is required.
Michelle Brown. Michelle Brown?
Sorry? No. Sorry.
Cwestiwn 4, Hefin David.
Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on ancillary services for Transport for Wales?
Yes, presently Transport for Wales's remit covers the implementation of the next rail service and the South Wales Metro. TfW are establishing a plan to review the scope of services at key milestones throughout the contract. Where elements satisfy economic and deliverability tests, they will be delivered by Transport for Wales.
I listened with interest to the Cabinet Secretary's answer to Dawn Bowden with regard to the depot at Rumney, and I have to say what he's offered is not enough. I think more can be done for that economically deserving area, with particular regard, he's mentioned stabling and light maintenance. I'd like to ask him, how many jobs will that create, and what further can be done in the Rumney area?
Well, first of all, I'd say that the provision of 4 trains per hour is hugely beneficial to the community. And I'd also say that whilst I know you've been a champion of establishing a depot there, the Tap Wells option was more deliverable. The alternative would have cost in the order of an additional £144 million. But we're keen to ensure that the Metro is used to redevelop communities where, particularly where transport hubs and where stations are going to be upgrading. It's worth remembering that all of the stations are going to be upgraded as a consequence of the agreement we've reached with Keola Sami. It's a startling fact that in the last 15 years, approximately £600,000 has been spent on stations, whereas in the next 15 years, we'll see something in the order of £194 million spent on stations. We've also had agreement that many of those stations will be utilised to support business development and business growth, particularly those stations where there is existing space and office availability, but where it's not fully utilised. I can't give exact details in terms of the number of jobs that will be created as a consequence of the light maintenance that will be taking place, but I can give the member assurance that we will look at exploiting every opportunity of the incredible sums of money that we are spending in the Valley to ensure that the Rumney area gets as many new jobs attracted to the community as possible.
Mohammed Ashkan.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Cabinet Secretary, Transport for Wales is at present seeking specialist civil contractors for framework of rail works, which include ancillary works to stations, interchanges, car parks, roads and paths, and other general construction work associated with rail enhancement. However, in 2014, your predecessor announced that Newport was to get £4 million for a new footbridge crossing the railway station, improvement to the new bus station, and for bus stops in the city. I am advised that this funding was never received and the work was not even undertaken. Could the Cabinet Secretary confirm this and advise the reason why these improvements did not proceed in spite of being announced publicly in Wales?
Thank you. Can I assure the member that I'll look into this? It may require consultation with Network Rail. I'll need to look at the detail of the investment that was announced and check against that what actually has been delivered. And if there is a case of promises not being met, I'll then need to assess why it was that investment was not channelled into the station as the member outlines.
Cwestiwn 5, Jack Sargent.
Diolch, Clwyf. What discussions has the Cabinet Secretary had with the Leader of the House regarding the economic impact of digital connectivity?
I regularly discuss the importance of digital connectivity throughout Wales with the Leader of the House, and we share the same view of its enormous importance on economic growth and sustainability throughout the country.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary, for that reply, and I'm particularly pleased that you are working with the Leader of the House on this issue and opportunity, in fact, because in addition to the community and household benefits of broadband and full fibre and digital connectivity, there are clear economic benefits as well. Statistics clearly show that the country will receive £20 for every £1 investment on broadband, and this is a great return on infrastructure investment. Would the Cabinet Secretary agree with me that we need to do all we can to invest in digital full fibre connectivity and support the idea of a gigabit hub in and around the Flintshire-Wrexham area, like I previously suggested to the Leader of the House?
Well, I'm delighted that in the summer the next phase of Superfast Cymru will be announced by the Leader of the House, and the member is absolutely right to identify the economic benefits of digital connectivity. Indeed, the strong performance of the digital sector has helped to create or safeguard around about 11,000 high-value jobs in the last 8 years as a consequence of Welsh Government support, and the sector's performance in the last year is particularly startling. For almost 30% of all FDI projects recorded for Wales came through the digital sector, so it is a major contributor to the wealth of the nation. And with regard particularly to North Wales, well, I'm very pleased to say that the 6 local authorities across North Wales are collaborating to develop a strategy to enhance digital connectivity right across the region. And I know that the leaders of the growth deal bid will be very keen to explore every opportunity to exploit the latest digital technology and infrastructure.
Russell George.
Joel Flower, when you announced your digital innovation review, Cabinet Secretary, you said that you wanted to develop the potential of our region so that they would support better jobs closer to home, and this is something that I would agree with you on. You've also been very supportive, like me, of a Mid-Wales growth deal. Now, in order to ensure that Mid-Wales is plugged into the wider Midlands economy, improvements in high-speed broadband and mobile connectivity should be part of any Mid-Wales growth deal. I wonder, would you agree with me on that view? And can I ask, what steps are you taking in association with your colleague, the Leader of the House, to ensure that the digital divide between Mid-Wales and other parts of Wales does not widen further, which is sadly the case at the moment?
Well, I'm confident that with the next phase of Superfast Cymru, we'll see that gap narrowed. The intention of the second phase, the next phase of the project, is to ensure that those harder-to-reach properties are connected, therefore leading to a narrowing of that gap that the member has identified. And I would support the member's call for the growth deal in Mid-Wales to dovetail with interventions and deals across the border. It's absolutely essential that a good degree of collaboration and cooperation takes place on a cross-border basis. I'm certainly encouraging that. I know that Lord Bourne, as well, has stated that this should take place. And I'm pleased to be able to tell the member today that it's my intention to meet with him, subject to his diary availability, on the 24th of July, to meet with a number of businesses in Mid-Wales to discuss how it is that we can promote economic development in places like Newtown and Welshpool, utilising not just the built infrastructure such as roads and rail networks, but also digital infrastructure.
Caroline Jones.
Diolch, Llywydd. Cabinet Secretary, the Swansea Bay City deal is built around and dependent upon digital connectivity. In the initial business case for the City deal, a new terabit capacity transatlantic cable between New York and Oxwich Bay was proposed but never made it into the final deal. The new link would have put Swansea Bay region at the heart of digital superhighway, and not just delivering higher speeds, greater capacity, but also, more importantly, lower latency. So, Cabinet Secretary, what happened to the new transatlantic cable?
Well, I always thought the vision outlined by Sir Terry Matthews was absolutely compelling, and it's a vision that has been used to shape the Swansea Bay City deal. Now, it's for local authority leaders to construct a city deal that is based on the existing strengths, but also the future opportunities of the region. I know that the Swansea Bay City region leaders are determined to make best use of the levers available to them through the deal, and I am encouraging them to continue to reflect on that vision that was outlined by Sir Terry Matthews, and to make sure that the interventions and investments that are made in the region get maximum value for the people that they're designed to serve.
Cwestiwn 6, Darren Miller.
action is the Welsh Government taking to promote ethical engagement in sports?
Thank you very much for that question. The member will know that Sport Wales acts on our behalf as the government-sponsored body in the whole field of sport, and to that end it hosted an ethics and integrity conference last year, highlighting the importance of recognising the values of fair play in sport and for all sports organisations and individuals to uphold the highest forms of integrity.
I'm very pleased to hear that response, Minister, but I met with Sports Chaplaincy Wales just last week. They've got 50 volunteer chaplains working with clubs, sports clubs across the country, including some of our premier clubs, Cardiff, Swansea City Football Clubs, Ospreys, the Scarlets and the Cardiff Blues among them. They do a tremendous amount of work, delivering around £500,000 worth of volunteer hours in terms of pastoral care, promoting ethical engagement in sports in the clubs in which they work, dealing with things like drug and alcohol misuse, and indeed helping people through individual problems. I wonder if you could tell us what engagement the Welsh Government may have had with sports chaplaincy services, and whether, if there hasn't been any engagement, you might be prepared to meet with them with me in order to discuss how they can support the Government's ambition to have ethical sports people in Wales in the future.
Yes, I would be delighted to cooperate with chaplains in this field. Some of these sport chaplains are indeed known to me, and I admire their work very much. I'm thinking particularly of the chaplaincy work going on in Swansea. Yes, I would be very happy to join in that meeting, because it is important to encourage the voluntary activity of faith communities, and that includes all faith communities clearly, and there may be room for more humanist chaplaincies as well in this area, but I won't go into that this afternoon.
Jenny Rathbone.
One of the issues that I'm concerned about, which is a huge ethical issue, is the increasing conjoining of the gambling industry with sport. There's research done by Goldsmiths College in London which shows that gambling logos are on televised matches most of the time, and this is deliberately trying to inject into the minds of children that gambling is a part of being a sports fan. And it seems to me that this is wholly reprehensible. Now, the Football Association in England has announced an end to all sponsorship deals with betting companies, but unfortunately rugby has yet to kick out gambling from the game. So what do you think the Welsh Government can do to tackle betting sponsorship in sport, which is making it endemic in the way that big tobacco was in the past?
I accept certainly the points that you make, and you will remember that the First Minister did respond last week to a question from our mutual friend here, Mick Antorif, about the cross-government group that's been established to develop a strategic approach to reducing gambling-related harm across Wales. And I think it is essential that we should look again at the recommendations from the Chief Medical Officer's annual report, which called for coordinated action and identified new activity that might be required both at the Wales and the UK level. And since I've been asked specifically about the relationship between both football and more particularly rugby with betting, I will certainly raise these issues with the governing bodies of sports where gambling there appears to be a promotion of gambling activity alongside the sporting activity, because that is not the role of sport governing bodies. I understand that sport governing bodies benefit from income in different ways, and that is a commercial matter for them. But where the health of the population is damaged by promoting activity related to sport, then the government should intervene.
Question 7, Mohammed Ashkar.
Madam Presiding Officer, will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on how the Welsh Government policies are growing our economy, please?
Yes, the Economic Action Plan sets out the actions we are taking to grow the economy and improve the business environment right across Wales.
Thank you very much for the answer, Minister. The performance of the enterprise zone is creating jobs and boosting economic regeneration in Wales has been mixed. So much so that the Assembly's Economic Committee said the lack of available evidence has made it challenging to fully analyse their contribution to the Welsh economy. Will the Cabinet Secretary commit to setting clear and realistic targets for enterprise zones along with annual reports containing detailed data on their performance in the interest of transparency so that their contribution to the Welsh economy can be properly scrutinised and monitored?
Can I thank the member for his question and say that, yes, there is a varying degree of success across the enterprise zones in Wales, and that's in no small part due to the fact that each of the enterprise zones are at varying stages of development, and some are far more advanced, some have a higher intensity of business activity already established in them that then can act as a magnet to draw in fresh investment. There is reform of the advisory network taking place. The architecture that advises us, including on enterprise zone activity, is being reformed. We've consolidated it. In the future, the activity that takes place within enterprise zones will have to comply also with the economic contract and the principles that are contained within the Economic Action Plan. But I think it is important that we provide data in the most transparent way possible. I take on board the recommendations that the committee presented, and it's my hope in the future that we will be able to demonstrate a commitment to transparency in the delivery of data and in the establishment of any targets for particular enterprise zones. However, I would also urge the member to examine in a broader way the infrastructure that is being invested in enterprise zones to enable the sort of growth that established enterprise zones have enjoyed in recent years to take place at speed.
Steffan Lewis.
Diolch, Llywydd. Central to future economic growth, of course, will be our trading relations with the rest of the world. And as part of its preparations to separate from the European Union, the UK Government has established 14 trade working groups that involve 21 third countries to lay groundwork for future independent trade deals upon leaving the European Customs Union. The Cabinet Secretary wrote to the External Affairs Committee in May stating that the Welsh Government had not been invited to participate or not been consulted on the work of such working groups, but the same committee has received correspondence from the Department for International Trade since then, saying that a forward work programme has been established with the devolved administrations. I wonder if the Cabinet Secretary can confirm that that has indeed happened and could explain to the Assembly the extent of Welsh Government involvement in those trade working groups.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether the letter that was received concerning the forward work programme and the involvement of the devolved administrations actually identified the degree to which the devolved administrations were actually part and parcel of the process of deciding on the particular piece of work that will be taken forward. I'd happily write to members to clarify exactly what engagement has taken place between Welsh Government and UK Government on this matter, and indeed what engagement has taken place between the devolved administrations as well.
Question 8, Mike Hedges.
Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on cycling infrastructure in Swansea Bay City region?
Active travel, as set out in the National Strategy, is a cornerstone of our approach to the integrated transport solution for the Swansea area.
Can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that response? There is a lot of good and well-used cycle track in the Swansea Bay City region, including a large amount which is in the constituency of Julie James, and which is coming along from Males towards County Hall. But often there are gaps, and these gaps are where people live to the main cycle track, which stops a lot of people using it. I mean, I've got people living in an estate near me, which a brilliant cycle track, Route 44, Route 45, but they've got to go down a lane which is narrow, which has a 60-mile-an-hour speed limit, and consequently people don't use their bikes. They don't want to do that mile or half-a-mile journey. What plans has the Welsh Government got to fill the gaps in the network? Because until it's safe to go the whole distance, very many people won't do it at all.
I'm pleased to be able to tell the member that we've announced an extra £60 million to support active travel across Wales. And I think it's important to recognise the role that consultation has in developing integrated network maps and in ensuring that the existing route maps are up to scratch, that reflect the infrastructure that's in place at present, and that the integrated network maps are able to identify any gaps in the provision of cycleways and footpaths, so that through consultation people can be confident that their communities are fully recognised and that all of the infrastructure within those communities is identified. And then, based on those maps and based on the submissions from local authorities, either strategic programmes or local active travel schemes, or potentially both, can be funded from Welsh Government support funds. I think it's absolutely essential that local authorities identify deliverable but ambitious strategic routes and strategic opportunities, but also don't take their eyes off those local schemes, which can be an individual scheme or a package of improvements, to identify those gaps and address those gaps, so that people are able to cycle or walk to work, to leisure opportunities, to friends and family.
Guy Lloyd.
Dr. There's much frustration due to local authorities not investing in active travel infrastructure, and frustration is particularly high when new developments fail to take the active travel principles on board. Now, within my area, a recent planning application for a coffee drive-through in Birch Grove, Swansea, failed to provide any active travel infrastructure for pedestrians or cyclists. I know the clue's in the title. So how can we truly expect people to become active if we are not prepared to put in essential infrastructure? Do you agree that we need to see significant strengthening of the planning legislation here in Wales if we are truly to make strides in this area?
I wouldn't wish to encourage either pedestrians or cyclists to go through drive-throughs at any fast food restaurant or cafe. However, I think it is important that provision is established at any leisure facility for bikes to be safely stored and locked, and for people to be able to access them by foot on safe pedestrian footways. I think the design guidance for active travel routes plays an important role in this regard, but I think also we do need to take a look at planning guidance and planning rules, and I think this is something that my colleague Leslie Griffiths has taken a very keen interest in recent times. But I'd also add that there is now no excuse for not investing in active travel schemes, given that we have increased substantially the amount of resource available to local authorities to carry through those schemes.
Diolch i'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet. Yr eitem nesaf felly yw'r cwestiynau'r Cwnsler Cyffredinol. A'r cwestiwn cyntaf, Simon Thomas.
Pa gyngor cyfreithiol mae Cwnsler Cyffredinol wedi ddarparu i Lywodraeth Cymru ynghylch deddfi yn erbyn gamblo cymhellol?
Mae grŵp traws lywodraethol o swyddogion yn gyfrifol am ddatblygu dull gweithredu strategol i leihau niwed sy'n gysylltiedig â gamblo. Ar hyn o bryd, mae'r grŵp wrthi'n ystyried argymhellion adroddiad blynyddol y prif swyddog meddygol, a bydd y grŵp yn cydlynu camau gweithredu ac yn nodi gweithgarwch newydd sy'n ofynnol, gan gynnwys unrhyw alwadau am gamau pellach sy'n ofynnol ar lefel y Deyrnas Unedig.
Diolch i'r Cwnsler Cyffredinol am ei ateb. Mae'n amlwg fod nifer ohonyn ni yn poeni am y peiriannau yn arbennig mewn siopa gamblo, ac yn croesawu'r ffaith bod yn fwriad gan Llywodraeth Deyrnas Gyfunol i gyfyngu y bet fesul 1 i 2 bunt ar y peiriannau yna, ond wedyn yn cael ein siomi bod yn lai a 2 flynedd cyn bod hynny yn cael ei cyflawni. Mae yna dulliau reoli a deddfi gan Llywodraeth Cymru, gan gynnwys, wrth gwrs, deddfi cynllunio, yn absenoldeb gweithredu gan Llywodraeth y Deyrnas Gyfunol, a fydde fe'n cymhwysedd y Senedd hon ac felly Llywodraeth i defnyddio reolau cynllunio i gyfyngu ar y peiriannau hyn, ac falle i cyflwyno yn deddfwriaeth yn hunan i gyfyngu ar y peiriannau hyn.
Diolch am y cwestiwn pellach. Fel Llywodraeth, ni'n gweithio ar draws portffolio i sicrhau bod ni'n gwneud cyn gallwn ni daclo'r broblem hyn sydd yn broblem iechyd ac sydd yn broblem eang, ac mae'r prif swyddog meddygol yn arwen llawer iawn o'r gwaith hwnnw. Fel falle bydd yr aelod yn gwybod, mae ymgynghoriad ar hyn o bryd ynghylch newidiadau i'r system cynllunio, fydd yn cynnig newid dosbarthu swyddfeydd betio o dosbarth A2, sydd yn golygu bydd angen cytundeb cynllunio mwyn newid defnydd o'r math yna o swyddfa. Felly bydd os aeth hynny flaen, bydd hynny yn darparu cyfle i Lywodraeth leol a taclo hyn i ryw lefel. Mae'r problemau yn digwydd yn sgil y swyddfeydd yma sydd yn lleihau pobl sydd yn dod mewn i strydoedd fawr yn entrefi am pentrefi ni. Felly bydd y newid hynny, os eith hynny flaen, yn galluogi awdurdodau lleol i ddylunio cynlluniau LDP gyda'r broblem hyn mewn golwg. O ran cymhwysydd ehangach i wneud gyda gamlo, fel bydd yr aelod yn gwybod, mae cymhwysydd cyfyngedig iawn gyda'r Llywodraeth a'r cynulliad yn y maes hwnnw sy'n gyfyngedig i rhifau periannau yn ytrach na uchafswm sy'n gallu cael ei wario ar unrhyw un achlysur o gamlo. Mae cyfnod yn mynd i fod o ddwy flynedd cyn bod newidiadau yma yn dod i mewn i rym. Mae'r Llywodraeth yn croesawu'r ffaith bod y newid yn cyfyngu ar yr uchafswm, ond os dim cynlluniau ar hyn o bryd i ddefnyddio pwerau ehangach, pwerau cyfyngedig y Llywodraeth yn y cyfamser.
Cwestiwn 2, Lynn Neagle.
What assessment has the Council General made of the Welsh Government's powers to advance children's rights?
I thank the member for that question and for her commitment and her work in this area generally. Members will know that the Rights of Children and Young Persons Wales measure requires ministers to have due regard to the requirements of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child when exercising their functions. This requirement rightly continues to influence the government's policies, legislation and decisions.
Thank you. I recently attended the Children, Young People and Democracy event here in the Senedd, where I was shown what seemed to me to be a really innovative street law project, which is designed to give children a good understanding of the law and their rights, and it was actually highlighted when Hillary Clinton visited Wales recently. Given our commitment to children's rights and given that information is power, what more can the Welsh Government do to ensure that our children and young people do have sufficient understanding to uphold their rights?
Well, this is a really vital issue. I think, as I've said before, legislating for rights is important, but unless you know how to find your rights and how to enforce your rights, they will always have a limited impact. And in terms of the accessibility of the law to children and young people, there are particular challenges and particular strategies that we need to use in order to ensure that young people and children have the full effect of the rights which we legislate on their behalf. The Welsh Government has a number of strategies for raising awareness, actually, amongst children and young people of their rights. I, too, was at that event in the Senedd, and I thought it was really illuminating. The range of organisations there working to increase advocacy on behalf of children and young people, but actually, more importantly, participation by them in the democratic process. I thought the Street Law Initiative, which is based in Swansea University, is a really good example of that. I would also, I was at the same event that she was at when the Llywydd was interviewing Hillary Clinton, and I thought it was marked how Secretary Clinton was emphatic about the progress that Wales is making in this area and the emphasis which Wales is placing on this important issue. I commend to her as well a paper issued by the Children's Legal Centre in Wales, which is the first research paper they've issued, which is about this very issue of public legal education for children and young people in Wales. And it has some very interesting ideas about what can be done on a government level, but across Wales, to enhance public legal education, in particular in the context of children and young people.
Susie Davis.
Diolch, Llywydd. You referred, Council General, to the UNCRC and the protection that has under the Children's Rights Measure. I don't think it's just government that looks at children's rights when it's developing its legislation, but I think it's fair to say that we as an Assembly consider that very strongly as well when we decide to pass those laws. The operation of those laws lies in the hands of many of our public services, and I wonder what your view is on whether public services, whether that's local authorities or hospitals, health boards and so forth, should also pay due regard to the way that they implement those laws. Because do we need statute for that to happen, or does the inference that your obligation to have due regard passes down to local authorities, for example, when they're doing that. It's a particular issue when it comes to the decisions about closing schools, and there's one in my area at the moment which I'm thinking of particularly. Thank you.
I thank you for that question. I didn't mean to suggest that the Assembly wasn't also engaged in that work. Obviously it is, and it has passed legislation to that very end. So I'm obviously very happy to acknowledge that. She will know of the report which my friend the Minister for Children's Social Services, as he was at the time, launched in March, which indicated where we are in terms of compliance with the measure generally, and includes some very useful analysis of the next steps which we need to take in order to ensure that the children's rights agenda is embedded much more broadly across the Welsh public sphere, and I'm sure that he will be giving that attention in the coming weeks and months.
Llyr Griffith.
Llywydd, mi'n siŵr fyddwch chi'n ymwybodol o fideo a cwestiynau sydd wedi cael ei gofyn gan y Pwyllgor Plant a Phobl Ifanc a phobl eraill fel y Comisiynydd Plant a dweud y gwir ynglŷn â phroses gyllidebu y Llywodraeth nawr, lle i ni yn fwy yn cael asesiadau effaith integredig yn hytrach enghraifft nac asesiadau effaith penodol ar hawliau plant. Felly, gai ofyn i chi fel Llywodraeth i edrych ar yr arfer yna eto ac i chi fel cwnsler i gadarnhau eich hunan, bod chi'n cwrdd â oblygiadau deddfwriaethol, domestig a ryngwladol drwy beidio yn yr achosion yma gynnal asesiadau effaith penodol ar hawliau plant. Mwyn sicrhau, enghraifft, na byddwn ni'n cael penderfyniadau fel diddymu y grant gwisg ysgol fel ddigwyddodd yn ddiweddar, heb fod yna asesiad trylwyr wedi cael ei wneud.
Diolch i'r y cwestiwn pellach hwnnw. Fel nes i sôn wrth Susie Davies nawr, mae'r Llywodraeth wedi gwneud dadansoddiad o'r hyn ni'n gorfod wneud yn sgil y mesur a'n oblygiadau i sicrhau bod ni'n cyrraedd y nod a byddai'n cymryd mewn i ystyriaeth y sylwadau mae'n newydd wneud.
Cwestiwn 3, David Rees.
What assessment has the Council General made of the application of EU laws in Wales that are passed during any Brexit transition period?
I thank the member for that question. If EU law continues to apply in the UK during transition, as Part 4 of the current draft withdrawal agreement envisages, EU legal obligations will need to be implemented domestically during that period.
Well, thank you for that answer, Councillor Jones, because it is important if we do get an agreement, then there will be a transition period, and part of that will be expected to abide by EU laws. But the EU withdrawal bill only transposes EU laws as of the final date, which is the 29th of March. So it is therefore, are you therefore clarifying that in the period to the 29th of March 2019 till the end of the transition period, any EU laws that are passed in Brussels will need to be transposed into UK or Welsh laws here in the Assembly under our control?
Well, just to be clear, the Welsh Government has supported throughout the efforts to secure a transitional period, and we very much welcome the agreement at the end of the March European Council that there will be a transition period to the 31st of December 2020, subject to a final withdrawal agreement. We don't know, unfortunately, what approach the UK Government will take towards implementing EU laws during a transition period. We expect there to be a high degree of similarity between the practice now and during that transition, to include a role in particular for Welsh ministers to make sure that EU law is implemented in devolved areas. Obviously, in order to ensure that single market participation and membership of the customs union in the short term is maintained, there will need to be the acquis of European Union law will need to be we'll need to be bound by those provisions. As I say, we don't know yet how that mechanism is proposed by the UK Government. As you will know, we are anticipating a withdrawal agreement and implementation bill. It's our understanding that that will need to put mechanisms in place to deliver the UK's commitment in terms of the transition period. We haven't yet had details of what that will contain. Obviously, we'll need to make a full assessment of that and how it relates to the EU Withdrawal Act, as it's now been passed, when we have full sight of that.
Cwestiwn 4, David Rees.
What discussions has the Council General had with the UK Government on ensuring that the rights of EEA citizens are protected following Brexit?
The Welsh Government has been clear that UK withdrawal from the EU should in no way lead to a dilution in rights protections. In terms of rights to move and reside, Wales welcomes and values individuals from around the world and will continue to do so.
Thank you for that answer, Councillor General. Last week I was in Brussels and I met with the Norwegian ambassador to the EU. and it was quite clear that there's some serious concerns in the EEA countries regarding this, because there's a lot of talk about EU citizens' rights, and whilst we appreciate the EEA and the EU are so closely linked, there was no tight connection to ensure in any withdrawal agreement that those rights will be also applying to EEA citizens. Now, people may say there may be not many Icelandic citizens or Liechtenstein citizens in the UK, but there were over 20,000 Norwegian citizens in the UK, and some will be in Wales. So it's important we address this issue. So will you, therefore, take up this matter with your counterparts in the UK government to ensure that the rights of EEA citizens are not forgotten in the discussions that go ahead on the EU citizens?
Well, the member makes a very important point. In fact, as his question acknowledges, it's not about the individual numbers involved, because the impact of this on any individual life and individual's plans can be very, very significant. So it's absolutely vital that we make sure that EEA citizens have the same protections that EU citizens will have under the deal as we currently understand it. We've paid careful attention to the drafts of the withdrawal agreement. Obviously, we are pleased to see that during the transition period, the proposals which that contains to ensure no change to citizens' rights. We are carefully reviewing at the moment the statement of intent which the Home Office published on the 21st of June, which sets out their proposals for a settlement scheme which would allow EU citizens to begin to take steps to confirm their status in advance of exit from the EU. That scheme is also intended to be open to EEA and Swiss nationals, as well as EU citizens, and we should analyse that with that in mind. I should just remind the Assembly the Welsh Government's position in relation to all these issues as set out in the Fair Movement of People paper in September 2017, sets out our belief that future relationship with Europe should include a differentiated and preferential approach to immigration for EEA and Swiss nationals as well.
Question 5, Mike Hedges.
What assessment has the Council General made of the Welsh Government's legal powers to support a new model for the Swansea Bay tidal lagoon?
I thank Mike Hedges for that question. I should say that whilst not in my constituency, constituents in Neath would stand to benefit from any development of this sort, so I will declare an interest insofar as that goes. The Welsh Government stands ready to consider how it could use its powers to support alternative delivery models that may emerge from the Marine Energy Summit and from the ongoing discussions with regional leaders referred to in the statement of the Cabinet Secretary on the 26th of June.
And I thank you for that response. I think there's been unanimity amongst those of us who represent the whole of that South West Wales region, starting with my colleague and neighbour with the other half of it, David Rees, but also the regional members of cross-party who have given their fullest support. So this is not a party political comment as such. But a new model for the lagoon is being discussed, not based on the contract for difference, with the UK Government, so that the new model would not involve Westminster's reserved powers. Does the Welsh Government then have additional flexibility to support this method of funding the lagoon?
I thank the member for that supplementary question. He's right to say, obviously, that there's a strong cross-party support in this Assembly and across Wales for the lagoon, which is why it's so disappointing that the UK Government took the decision that it did. As he rightly suggests in his question, the involvement of the UK Government was partly driven by the need for a contract for difference, which obviously is not devolved to Wales, and we don't have competence in the Assembly to set up a comparable regime to the contract for difference regime. I'm aware, as he is, of the discussions that have been happening and press coverage in particular of an alternative model which might involve a mechanism other than a contract for difference, a mechanism for delivery other than that. Obviously, if that were the case, the powers of the Welsh Government would be different from a model where contract for difference is necessary, and subject to a large number of questions around resourcing and broader questions. Welsh ministers obviously do have broad general executive powers to facilitate job creation and economic development, including by way of loans and guarantees and grants and so forth. In fact, those powers were actually the basis for the offer which the First Minister made to support the current proposal for the tidal lagoon. Those would need to be looked at in the context of a particular proposal, if that comes forward, a concrete proposal, and obviously again in the context of state aid rules. Clearly, we'd need to either establish that there was no state aid or that the aid was compatible with the framework in the legislation. As I say, there isn't at this point in time a concrete proposal to evaluate, but he should rest assured that the government will look at all its powers and consider them in that context if that proposal comes forward.
Dai Lloyd.
Llywydd. As the Council General will know, this is the issue of the tidal lagoon is still very much a live issue. And clearly there are a number of possible options being mooted at the moment in terms of how we can possibly salvage this situation. Now, Plaid Cymru has long argued that we should establish a national energy company for Wales, with Wales's natural resources being used to deliver a sustainable and affordable energy supply. Clearly, the national model is one option. There are alternatives. One such suggestion is a local delivery model, led possibly by a city and county of Swansea, but there are also other regional options too. So, given the range of possible delivery options which need to be explored, to what extent are you supporting the Welsh Government in discussing the legal and the linked financial issues with local government, public bodies and other stakeholders in Wales, and when can we expect the Welsh Government to bring forward a statement on this matter?
I thank the member for his question and for reminding us of his support for a national energy not-for-profit, I believe, energy company. As I just said to Mike Hedges, there are clearly, as one knows from what one sees in the press and what discussions are going on, there are people who are looking at creatively at what alternatives might be available to confirm the opportunity which exists in Wales, across Wales in fact, to use our tidal capacity to generate renewable energy. As I have just said, from my personal point of view, my role will be to advise on the legal powers the Welsh Government have, and obviously those conversations, as you will have gleaned from my earlier response, I'm pursuing those discussions.
Cwestiwn 6, Simon Thomas.
Diolch, Llywydd. Pa drafodaethau mae Consol Cyffredinol wedi cynnal gyda swyddogion y gyfoeth ynglŷn â deddf cyfoeth sy'n deillio unrhyw Ewropeaidd Cymru?
Nid wyf wedi trafod y ddeddf hon gyda swyddogion eraill y gyfraith, ers i'r twrnau cyffredinol dynnu yn ôl cyfeirio'r bil, fel yr oedd byd hynny i'r goruchaflus, a rhoddwyd y cynsyniad brenhinol i'r bil.
Diolch yn fawr. Wrth gosod y cwestiwn, wrth gwrs, Consol Cyffredinol, ni ddim yn gwybod bod chi'n gwneud datganiad ddoe, lle ges i cyfle i ofyn y cwestiwn atodol i chi ddoe yn hytrach na heddi. Ond sech hynny, mae digwyddiadau dros nos, jyst yn tanni'n elli, dwi'n meddwl, pa mor sensitif yw natur y ffaith bod y cytundeb rhynglywodraethol yn arwain ni i sefyllfa lle mae'r deddf cyfoeth sy'n deillio unrhyw Ewropeaidd yn cael ei tynnu nôl. Dwi'n cyfeirio at y papur gwyn a pysgodfaidd wedi cyhoeddi gan Llywodraeth y Daen Ysgrifenol bob yma. Eto, does dim adlewyrchiad yn y papur yna o trafodaethau gawson ni ddoe yn y siambr yma am pysgodfaidd yng Nghymru. A'r mae'r holl pwysigrwydd bod y cytundeb rhynglywodraethol yn gorfod adlewyrchu y fath o cytundeb fasnach sy'n cael ei wneud yn y pen draw, yn holl bwysig, dwi'n meddwl, i penderfyniad a dyn ni'n cadw y deddfwriaeth fan hyn a'r hawl i dderddu yn llwyr fan hyn neu yn rannu fel mae'r cytundeb rhynglywodraethol i wneud gyda'r Llywodraeth yn San Steffan. Nawr ddoi, wrth ateb y cwestiwn o'n i'n mynd i ofyn heddi, nathych chi weid bod chi'n cadw'r cytundeb rhynglywodraethol dan chwyddwydyr wrth gweld sut mae'n gweithredu ac ati. Pryd y byddwch chi'n asesu ydy'r cytundeb yma yn gweithredu, a fyddwch chi'n gwneud hwnna cyn bod y cyfnod ymgynghorol a'r cyfnod i benderfyniad i ddymu'r ddeddf yma yn dod i ben?
Wel, mae'r cytundeb rhynglywodraethol yn un sydd yn glir ar yr hyn sydd angen digwydd o ran obligiadau'r rhai sydd yn cytuno i'w dermau fe. Mae, fel nes i grybwyll yn ymateb ddoe, oherwydd y cytundeb hwn wnaethon ni gael sicrwydd yn y newidiadau i'r ddeddf sydd wedi erbyn hyn cael cydsyniad brenhinol yn San Steffan, a'i Llywodraeth Cymru'n glir bod hyn yn golygu bod mwy o bwerau'n dod i'r lle hwn yn sgil y cytundeb hwnnw. A fel nes i, fi'n hapus i gymryd y cyfle hwn eto i sicrhau yr aelod bod gan Llywodraeth Cymru bob bwriad o sicrhau bod Llywodraeth hon a Llywodraeth San Steffan yn glynu yn agos at dermau y naeth pwyd cytundeb iddo fe yn y cytundeb hwnnw.
Diolch i'r Cwnsler Cyffredinol. Eitem nesaf felly yw'r cwestiynau amserol. Y cwestiwn cyntaf i gael ei ofyn i ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros yr economi a thrafnidiaeth. A'r cwestiwn cyntaf gan David Rees.
Diolch, Llywydd. What analysis has the Welsh Government undertaken of the impact of the on the steel industry in Wales of the merger between Tata and ThyssenKrupp AG announced last week?
Well, we broadly welcome the announcement to create a 50-50 joint venture to combine their European steel businesses, and we continue to engage with the company and the trade unions to consider the detail of the announcement.
I thank you for that answer, Cabinet Secretary. Now, the announcement has undoubtedly lifted a cloud that has been hanging over the steelworks in the town for over 2 years now and offers hope of a secure future for the steelmaking in Port Talbot and other plants across Wales, because let's not forget that actually the Port Talbot feeds those other plants as well. It's been welcomed by steelworkers, as you've pointed out, who are actually meeting today to discuss it, trade unions, politicians and the community across the town. We are aware the dark skies can come back. That's the problem. And this proposal is actually reflected on the medium term and not the long term, because it talks about no compulsory redundancies before 2026, the work to be done on the blast furnace to keep it operational till about 2026. So there's still a longer-term position, and the ThyssenKrupp CEO has often been said he's focusing on European operations, and we are possibly not in his mind when it comes to that. So will this agreement impact upon the investment that has already been committed by the Welsh Government? Because you've already made the commitment to the power plant. Phase 1 has gone through. The funding has not yet been released for Phase 2. I know there's been an issue of conditionality. Where are we on that? So, again, there's security coming through from the Welsh Government on that process, on that side. Have you had discussions with Tata on this matter as to what the investment they're talking about in their merger and where that will go? Will it be simply maintenance and repair, or will it actually be in new technologies and investment in new plant to actually take it to the next level of productivity, such as the capital line, new coke ovens need to be undertaken? And have you had discussions with the Secretary of State for Bays? Because there is still a steel sector deal which has not yet been agreed. And it seems at the moment the UK government is failing to do its bit. And if we want long-term sustainability, you also have to have discussions with them. So how will it all work together now based upon this merger plan?
Well, can I thank David Rees for his questions, and I'd agree that the announcement does indeed offer hope for all of the plants across Wales and the UK. And I think it's worth reflecting on where we were just 2 years ago, when the skies were indeed very dark, and it was as a consequence of the hard work that the Welsh Government carried out that we've, to a great extent, that we've reached the point that we're at today, where all those involved in the agreement can recognise the strength of the Welsh steel-making family. And in terms of ensuring that dark skies don't return, we need to guarantee the competitiveness of Welsh steel-making, as well as ensure that it is efficient and it is productive. Now, we are obviously carrying through our support. Our support in many respects will be dependent on binding conditions being agreed by Tata. However, it's essential that the UK government steps up to the mark and addresses the concerns of the sector, particularly in regard to uncompetitive energy prices, but also the need for a sector deal. And these were issues that were discussed very recently at the UK Steel Council. There are issues that I raise regularly with ministers within BEIS, and that we raise through officials with their counterparts in BEIS and indeed other departments. There's an interest that my colleague Leslie Griffiths has, considering the decarbonisation agenda and the need to ensure that we drive down emissions. We are able to support businesses in the steel sector in reducing carbon emissions, in making sure that there are power savings, in making sure that employees are fully and properly skilled, and our support will continue into the future. But if we are to get the efficient, competitive, productive steel-making operation that we wish to see for the long term in Wales and the UK, it will require decisive intervention by the UK government.
Susie Davis.
Diolch. Thank you, Cabinet Secretary, and I associate myself with the questions actually that were asked to you by David Rees. I think there'll still be some residual concerns going back to what we were talking about 18 months or so ago about the relationship with ThyssenKrupp and Tata. And the date that David mentioned, I think, is something that's firmly printed in our mind now. And with that in mind, Have you had any indication at all what the timeline for any potential investment in this plant? I mean, obviously the blast furnace is of huge importance there, and it's great to get the promises, but until somebody signed a cheque, it's a bit difficult to rely on those promises. With this steel sector deal, I mean, obviously I agree that we need to know about this now, and I don't suppose that the Trump announcements helped enormously. Have you, energy costs were actually, and I think you did refer to it briefly, energy costs were a big issue when we were talking about this some months ago. Whether you've had any, shall we say, promising mood music that that's less of an issue now, and what steps have been taken to try and resolve those. And then finally, Tata has, of course, made huge commitments in terms of Swansea Bay University and a relationship with the Steel Innovation Centre under the City deal. I wonder if you've had any news on whether this merged partnership would also be prepared to commit in the way that Tata's done to date. You said that you were considering the announcement, and perhaps you could raise that in any questions that you have when you're speaking to Tata and to
Indeed. Can I thank Susie Davis for her questions? And she makes a very important point about the collaboration that's taken place in Swansea Bay between higher education and the steel making of the region, and also some of the spin-off companies and supply chain companies as well. It's my understanding that that collaboration will be maintained. However, we will be seeking to engage with the company and the trade unions to seek further information about the detail of the announcement to ensure that that collaboration continues into the future, and to ensure that we secure iron and steel making in Wales for the long term. Now, I think it's worth saying in terms of the timeframe, the joint venture is subject to regulatory examination by the authorities that include the European Commission, and until closing, both joint venture companies are going to continue to operate as separate companies and as competitors. But during that period, we expect to be able to take forward our discussions over the support the Welsh Government can give to Tata, insofar as the Welsh-based operations are concerned. But I would welcome the announcement of an extension of the Employment Pact to 2026, with a commitment to seek to avoid compulsory redundancies as a result of the joint venture. And in terms of the other commitments, Tata is committed to invest in a life extension of Port Talbot's Blast Furnace 5, which will proceed this year. I think, in general, this is a very, very positive announcement for steel making and all of the associated steel sites across Wales. However, we remain committed to ensuring that the long-term future of steel businesses in Wales can be guaranteed.
Bethan Syed.
Thank you. I think the joint venture, on the face of it, seems like a positive step forward at the moment, but there are key questions to ask to ensure that we move forward with scrutiny and caution. Our first duty, of course, is to the workforce and the highly skilled workforce we have in Port Talbot. But as I mentioned yesterday in questions the business Leader of the House, Brexit is going to loom large in the prospects of the joint venture, and although the outlook right now in the medium term seems secure, our exit date from the EU is approaching, and this could, in fact, impact upon the joint venture. Last week, Heinrich Heisinger, I'm not sure if I said that right, CEO of ThyssenKrupp, said regarding the effects of Brexit on the JV, and I quote, "We hope that whatever the outcome, there will be a free market." Of course, we can't guarantee that there will be a free market, with the Conservatives and your party needing to answer questions still on this on a UK government level, seeming to be blocking a free market or obfuscating it. So I think we need answers on that. I'd like the Welsh Government to outline what case they will make to the UK Government also regarding state aid and other industries, because Wales could be in a different environment in the future, with the UK Government redesigning those rules post-Brexit under powers returning from the EU, and I believe there should be a more clear position on that at this date. So, as I've said, overall, I would want to bring some security to the sector in Port Talbot. I know it's up until 2026, but I think that is a medium-term goal, and that we should be all keeping our eyes on that. And to reiterate that the investment in Port Talbot is key now, and I hope that the money going forward on the other phases of the agreement between Plaid Cymru and Labour in that regard will be able to go ahead smoothly, because I do know that there was some teething problems to more funding getting their way, and if we could avoid that so that the steelworks can be utilised and developed for the future, then that would be beneficial to everybody in this room and in our communities across Wales.
Can I thank the member for her questions and begin by saying that my party here and in the UK as a whole couldn't have demonstrated a greater commitment to sustaining steelmaking in the UK. We've been absolutely determined to influence UK government and to influence the company in terms of long-term investment, and the work that we've invested in this area, I think, has paid dividends, and the announcement demonstrates it. With exception of the funding, and the member rightly points to the support that Welsh Government has been able to offer to Tata. Well, I can say that with the exception of funding for skills support, Tata won't be able to draw down funding against these offers until we have agreed the detail of overarching legally binding conditions, and I would expect all members to support that. We need to make sure that those conditions apply for several years and that they are indeed legally binding. Now, in terms of Brexit, we'll continue to work closely and constructively with Tata in terms of planning for the challenges and the opportunities presented by Brexit. But to date, the Welsh Labour Government has offered £8 million towards an £18 million investment in the power plant at Port Talbot, and we continue to discuss the potential for further investments to increase efficiencies in this area. And I think it's worth reflecting on the important point that the member makes concerning state aid rules. Well, until the UK has exited the European Union, of course, Welsh ministers remain bound to comply fully with EU state aid rules, and any support provided to the steel sector must be given in accordance with EU state aid rules. However, post-Brexit, whether and to what extent Welsh ministers would continue to be bound by the EU state aid rules will depend on the terms of the withdrawal agreement that the UK negotiates with the EU. But it's absolutely essential that during the course of the negotiations that are continuing, that the UK government recognises the importance of steelmaking to the UK.
Diolch i'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet. Cwestiwn nesaf I ateb gan Gweinidog y Gymraeg. Y cwestiwn gan Dawn Bowden.
Diolch, Llywydd. What is the Welsh Government's response to comments made by the owner of Trago Mills that Welsh language signage is visual clutter?
Well, can I just say that I was really disappointed to read Bruce Robertson's comments over the weekend, and I wrote a letter to him on Monday expressing my disappointment. And I must say that I think his comments are misinformed, and I think they're out of step with public opinion in Wales. And I'm happy to share that letter with Assembly members.
Thank you for that response, Minister. And you'll be aware that the bilingual signage was actually only one aspect of the comments that were reported last week. But I want to deal specifically with the language issue, because it is a fact that Merthyr Tydfil has one of the lowest levels of identified Welsh speakers in Wales. But I want to see that change, and I've been supportive of Welsh language services and learning opportunities that are provided in Merthyr, most notably at Canolfan Zor, that you visited with me only recently. But despite the relatively low level of Welsh speakers, I've received representations from a number of constituents who were offended by the reported comments. And I understand that anger, because whether people speak Welsh or not, many value the language and know how important it is to normalise its use in everyday situations and activities. And as a Welsh learner myself, I can vouch for the value of that. And indeed, I see nurturing and developing the use of Welsh language and fostering more positive attitudes towards it as an important responsibility for all of us. Now, Trago Mills is an important new business in my constituency, and it's providing many valuable jobs. And I want to develop good working relations with them. So, would you agree with me that a more enlightened business practice that might in fact draw more people to support the business rather than drive them to protest against it, which we're going to be seeing this weekend, would be to recognise, for them to recognise the status of both languages and to embrace that fact. Mae'n bwysig i ni gyd cefnogio'r iaith ac mae hynny yn cynnwys y Trago Mills.
Da iawn, a diolch yn fawr i chi, Dawn, nid yn unig am dod ar achos yma ger bron y Senedd heddiw, ond hefyd am eich ymrwymiad chi tuag at yr iaith. I'd just like to thank you for your enthusiasm for the language, because we need to get to 1 million speakers, and you're on that list. So thank you very much. I think you're absolutely right. I think people underestimate the value of Welsh language education. We know that there is a lot of evidence to suggest that actually it broadens and helps broaden education in its wider sense, and there's evidence across the globe that bilingualism is a positive development. I think also it should be noted that there is increasing demand in places like Merthyr, and I'm very pleased to see that, and I'd like to thank you for your support in that. But I think also there's also a commercial reason for him to do this. The fact is that in the last census, you look at how many people live within an hour of Trago Mills, there's about 110,000 people who speak Welsh. And 86% of the people of Wales are enthusiastic and supportive about the Welsh language. So it doesn't make any commercial sense not to be in the same place as those people. So I do hope that the chair of Trago Mills will rethink his approach to the language.
Mohammed Ashka.
Madam Presiding Officer, Minister, the opening of the Trago Mills store in Merthyr Tydfil in April with the creation of 350 jobs was warmly welcomed, with the leader of the council calling it, in his quotes, a fantastic addition to Merthyr Tydfil shopping offers and another landmark in overall regeneration of the county borough, quote close. But it is disappointing, therefore, to read these comments which have caused considerable outrage and could damage the profitability of this store. As you said, Minister, earlier, and I agree with it, it is important that business leaders understand that we are increasingly bilingual country, and that is a commercially beneficial for businesses to be respectful for each other's languages. And though you know, Minister, I can't speak Welsh, but I think it's a great to have bilingual ability of every individual, especially if you live in a country and you speak like a local language, with not only interaction between trade and commercial benefit, but also political, social, economical, and cultural. It is getting together. Language is the one which makes us together, and togetherness is the best virtue of all. Thank you.
Diolch yn fawr, Mohammed, and you're welcome to join me in being one of those million as well. I know you speak several other languages, so it should be fairly easy for you to pick up. So there you go. You're on my list as well. Diolch yn fawr. I think it is important that we underline the importance of this company. There are a lot of jobs here in an area that needs jobs. So I actually wouldn't support those calls for people to be suspending their use of the shopping centre. I think that it's important that we do support businesses that are in Wales. But I do think that what we need to do is to encourage them and to make sure that they understand that they are investing in a bilingual country where there is this great support now for the Welsh language. Diolch yn fawr.
Sian Gwenllian.
Diolch yn fawr. Ac mae'n gwbl briodol eich bod chi yn beirniadu Trago Mills am ei sylwadau syrhaus at y Gymraeg, ond mae rhaid cofio mae beth ydy hyn mewn gwirionedd ydy'r enghraifft ddiweddara o broblem ehangach a thystiolaeth concret mae ffolineb ydy credu y gawn i chwarae teg i'r Gymraeg yn y sector breifat heb ddeddfwriaeth a thrwy ddibynnu ar ewyllus da. Da chi'n barod iawn eich beirniadaeth o recod cwmnïau fatha Sports Direct, GWR a rwan Trago Mills ar y Gymraeg, ond yn llai parod o lawer i weithredu. Yn yr Hydref, fe gytunodd y cynulliad trawsbleidiol yma, mae gweithredu sydd angen i ymestyn y safona iaith i'r sector breifat. Sut felly da chi yn bwriadu gwireddu ewyllus y cynulliad yma yn sgil y prawf pellach eto fyth fod angen gosod dyletswydd sylfaenol mewn cyfraith mwyn i fusnesau mawrion barchu'r Gymraeg?
Wel, dwi ddim yn derbyn bod e'n ffolineb i ddisgwyl i cwmnïau i beidio defnyddio'r iaith. Y ffaith yw, mae lot o gwmnïau yn ei wneud hi. Os chi'n edrych ar Aldi's a Lidl, dwi'n meddwl bod record arbennig gyda nhw. Mae rhaid i ni werthfawrogi hynny. Dwi yn meddwl bod hi'n bwysig hefyd bod ni'n gwerthfawrogi nad yw hi'n bosibl gyda'r ddeddf sy'n gyda ni nawr i wneud unrhyw beth yn y maes yma. Ond ych chi'n ymwybodol bod gen i lot fwy o ddiddordeb mewn hybu a hyrwyddo'r Gymraeg fel blaenoriaeth, a dyna pam ni'n dod â pethau fel Cymraeg busnes i'r adwy i sicrhau pryd mae pobl eisiau ymrwymo gyda'r iaith Gymraeg, bod hawl gyda nhw wedyn i ofyn am help. A dyna beth ddylai Llywodraeth Cymru fod yn wneud, yn rhoi help lle i ni'n gallu i wireddu y ffaith bod i ni'n gobeithio y byddan nhw yn rhoi yr arwyddion rhain i fyny yn y dyfodol.
Diolch i'r gweinidog. Y cwestiwn nesaf i'w ateb gan ysgrifennydd Cabinet dros Lywodraeth Leol a Gwasanaethau Cyhoeddus. A'r cwestiwn gan Siân Gwenllian.
Diolch yn fawr. A wnaeth ysgrifennydd y Cabinet ddatganiad am gynlluniau a drefnu Llywodraeth Leol yn dilyn ei sylwadau yng nghenhadledd Cymdeithas Llywodraeth Leol Cymru ar y 9 ar 20 o Fehefin.
Presiding Officer, members will be aware from our order papers that I'll be making a statement on this matter on the 17th of July.
Wel, rai misoedd yn ôl, fe gawson ni wybod trwy vlog personol bod y Llywodraeth wedi gwneud tro pedol arall ar adrefnu Llywodraeth Leol gan ollwng cynlluniau Mark Drakeford ar gyfer cydweithio rhanbarthol. Dydd Gwener dwytha, ges i a phawb arall o ddim yng nghenhadledd y WLJ yn Llandudno wybod drwy drydar eich bod chi eto fyth wedi newid eich meddwl drwy gyhoeddi eich bod am gael gwarad ar y map at drefnu. Ddwy waith felly mae datganiadau mor bwysig â hyn sydd yn effeithio'r ffordd yma gwasanaethau cyhoeddus yn cael eu rhedeg yn y dyfodol wedi cael eu cyhoeddi heb i chi roi gwybod i aelodau cynulliad drwy ddatganiadau ysgrifenedig ffurfiol. Ddwy waith da chi wedi dangos ar had llwyr a thanseilio hygrededd y Llywodraeth a rôl y cynulliad fel corff deddfwriaethol Cymru. Yn arferol ac yn ôl canllawiau Llywodraeth Cymru ar wneud penderfyniadau da, mae disgwyl i weinidogion gyhoeddi ei hymateb i ymgynghoriad ac yn halwyd a gwneud hyn yn amserol. A fel arfer mae hynny yn digwydd yn y cynulliad mewn datganiad llafar ffurfiol gydag adroddiad ynghlwm. Felly, o ystyried mae dim ond 2 wsos yn ôl y daeth y cyfnod ymgynghori i ben, fedrwch chi gadarnhau mai ymateb uniongyrchol i'r ymgynghoriad oeddech chi yn eich sylwadau yng nghenhadledd yr WLJ, ac a ydych chi'n meddwl fod hi'n briodol i weinidog wneud datganiadau polisi o arwyddocâd cenedlaethol yn y modd yma?
Presiding Officer, I repeat that I will be making a full statement on this matter on the 17th of July, where I will be responding to the consultation and responding to other matters as well. However, the member seems to believe that ministers should be silent in terms of a national debate and not participate in national conversations outside of this chamber. I'm sorry, if that is her case, then I disagree with her. I think it's absolutely right and proper that ministers participate actively in the national debate around many issues which are the responsibility of this place and others. And I will continue to do so. But I will always make substantive policy statements to this place and to this place first. However, there is a national debate taking place around the future of our public services, and I will also participate in that debate.
And thank you to Siân Gwenllian for bringing this question here today as a topical question. Now, I was present at the WLJ conference, and I was there, very close to the stage. I don't think I could have sat any closer, frankly, when the Cabinet Secretary came on stage to a less than warm applause from a room full of nearly 200 delegates. I have to say, after his speech, the applause was warmer. The difference being that he had announced in a split second that he was scrapping the map. The map that he told us when we met with him, if you remember, wasn't going to be a map. Now, Cabinet Secretary, I have scrutinised you alongside Siân Gwenllian and even members of your own backbench on your third set, when I say you, your Welsh Government's third set of proposals. So let's just run through this. In 20 years of devolution, we've had 10, no less than 10 Cabinet Secretaries for local government. You are number 5. These are the third set of proposals for local government reform. Now, as part of the WLJ conference, I was actually very privileged, alongside Rhyn ap Iorwerth, to take part in a panel with Professor Gerald Altham, also about health and social care and the integration of it and making that a reality. And one thing became abundantly clear, is that housing affects, good housing or bad housing affects our health. Education affects our health and social care. Housing, education, I thought I'd written these down earlier. We have local government, we have social care. Those are 5 fundamental services, policy areas that you do need to be integrated with local government. Now, I have asked time and time again, when you decide to go off on one, bringing forward a Cabinet Green Paper, what consultation have you taken with your other Cabinet colleagues? One thing that was fundamentally agreed to in that room, you cannot bring local government reform forward on its own. You do need to integrate health, education, social care and housing. So, Cabinet Secretary Williams identified this in his report, 62 recommendations, of which this Welsh Government has only ever gone forward with 4, all relating to local government. Will you, at some stage, when you make your statement, please look at it in a joined-up manner and bring those other policy areas into line? If you do that, you will have the support of these benches. Thank you.
Don't go off on one.
Well, that would be lovely, wouldn't it? I'm grateful to the Conservative spokesperson for the 20 years of history she's managed to weave into this topical question. I will be making a statement on these matters in 2 weeks' time, and I will address the matters that she's raised in her question.
Y cwestiwn nesaf yw ateb gan ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros Llywodraeth Leol a Gwasanaethau Cyhoeddus eto, a'r cwestiwn gan Vicky Howells.
Diolch, Llywydd. Will the Welsh Government make a statement on the recent spate of grass fires affecting communities across Wales?
Presiding Officer, I think members across the whole chamber will wish to join me in thanking all those firefighters from across Wales who have worked extraordinarily hard over the past weeks. Their commitment, their expertise, their skills has been tested in some very difficult circumstances. I have made a written statement on this matter already today, and I think members across the whole chamber will wish to take time to consider that and ensure that we do pass our thanks to the firefighters who have been involved in fighting these grass fires over the last few weeks.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. And further to your written statement today, I'd just like to stress the fact that my constituency, like many across Wales, has been scarred by a series of devastating fires over the past few days. Incidents have included a forestry fire near Llwtcoed, described as hundreds of metres wide, a Mardy Mountain fire and the Hirwaun Ironworks. Firstly, Cabinet Secretary, I join with you in paying tribute to the bravery and endurance of our firefighters who have worked tirelessly to keep our communities safe. But secondly, with the suggestion that many of these fires may have been started deliberately, how is the Welsh Government working to prioritise measures to counter this dangerous and potentially fatal activity?
Presiding Officer, I did visit firefighters on the duty watch in Tonopanda early today, and I spoke to them about the work they were doing, both across Wales and also those firefighters from the South Wales area who had attended the fire on Saddleworth Moor. I visited the station alongside Andrew Morgan, the leader of Rhondda Cynon Taf Council, and we did discuss some of the wildfires that have affected the members' constituency. I spoke to the firefighters who had worked up at Llwyd and around the site at Bryn Picker, who had been working extraordinarily hard to keep that under control. I think we all owe these people a great debt of gratitude. Presiding Officer, we do work with fire service, the police and other partners to tackle deliberate grass fires at source. This means preventing them from happening in the first place by deterring those who may be thinking about getting involved. This encompasses a wide range of programmes, from general awareness raising to anti-arson patrols in high-risk areas, and tailored interventions with those who are offended or at risk of doing so. The most intensive of these we have long supported as a reoffending rate of under 5%.
David Melding.
Cabinet Secretary, I do commend the written statement you made earlier today for concentrating on the prevention fires, and the work of the fire service and the other emergency services to raise awareness in schools and also just around the community about the dangers of starting fires. I think that's a really, really important part of the work, and we are seeing lower incidents, it seems now, in terms of these fires. But also the public need to be aware that you can inadvertently start a fire by, for example, holding in a clumsy fashion a barbecue. You leave the area, and it'll be hours and hours later when the change in wind direction or whatever flares up, and then you've got another grass fire. So this is really, really important that we get this public education right, and I commend the efforts so far of the fire service.
And I join the member in commending those efforts as well. And at the same time as investing in the education and public awareness that the member for South West Central has referred to, it is also useful to point out that the fire service itself has invested heavily in specialist equipment and training to take on these fires. The firefighters I spoke to this morning have been working together with NRW, bringing significant resource to bear on the fires across Wales, from South Wales Valleys to North Wales to Ceredigion. At the same time, we have invested in all-terrain firefighting vehicles, lightweight protective gear for working in upland areas, and drones which safely and quickly provide vital intelligence to inform firefighting decisions.
Diolch i'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet. Reitem nesaf yw'r datganiadau 90 eiliad a'r datganiad cyntaf. David Rees.
Diolch, Lewis. During a week in which we celebrate the 70th anniversary of the National Health Service, we also lost one of its pioneers in primary care. Julian Tudor Hart was born in 1927 in London, the son of politically active doctors. His early life growing up in a home steeped in radical politics, which was regularly used as a transit centre for refugees fleeing fascist oppression in Europe, shaped his values and beliefs which he never moved away from throughout his life. Julian followed his father's career path and studied medicine at Cambridge before moving on to London. After graduating, he took up posts in hospitals and urban general practice before working at the Archie Cochrane-led MRC Epidemiology Unit, where he met his wife and research partner Mary. Now, this background in epidemiology taught him to study how his patients' lifestyles caused their ill health, and he worked with them to improve this. In 1961, he moved to the coal mining community of Glencorrwg in the Avon Valley and set up practice, where he stayed for 30 years until he retired. Julian turned Glencorrwg into an international name associated with innovative general practice. He was a man of theory and action. He was a researcher, lecturer, writer of articles, papers and books, with many of his most innovative ideas making their way into everyday practice. His concept of the inverse care law is as relevant now as it was when it was published in The Lancet decades ago. In fact, as far back as 1971, a true visionary. He undertook many research projects in a community setting which many said could not be done, but was successful because he had faith in the altruism of the citizens of Glencorrwg and the Upper Avon Valley, and they trusted and respected him. He felt passionately that good healthcare was the right of everyone, and that services couldn't be targeted at those most in need unless the National Health Service was free of market influences and allowed to concentrate solely on patient welfare. However, I could go on for another 90 seconds because his life went well beyond that, even after retirement. Julian Tudor Hart was and remains one of the true giants of the National Health Service.
Dai Lloyd.
Diolch, Llywydd. Mae cyfraniad Meic Stevens a fe farw ddoe yn 79 mlwydd oed tuag at lenyddiaeth Cymraeg a Chymraeg yn amhrisiadwy. Drwy ei waith diflino fel awdur, bardd, cyfarwyddwr Cyngor y Celfyddyda, sefydlwr cylchgronau ac athro prifysgol, fe ehangodd ein gwerthfawrogiad a'n dealltwriaeth o ystod llenyddiaeth ein cenedl yn y ddwy iaith. Yn enedigol o Dre Forest, fe aeth ati gydag arddeliad i addysgu ei hun gan dreulio cyfnodau yn Aberystwyth, Bangor a Ren yn Llydaw, cyn mynd ati i ddysgu gwahanol grefftau, fel athro Ffrangeg yng Nghlynebwy ac yna newyddiadurwr gyda'r Western Mail. Mae ar aelwyd di-Gymraeg y cafodd ei fagu, penderfynodd gofleidio ei dreftadaeth Gymraeg gydag arddeliad. Roedd yn genedlaetholwr i'r Carn, yn wir, fe oedd yn gyfrifol am sgwennu'r slogan bythgofiadwy, cofiwch Tryweryn ar y graig na ger Llanrystyd. Gweithred chwildroadol bwysig gan wr hynaws a meddylgar. Mae dyled Cymru i Meic Stevens yn anferth a bydd yn cael ei gofio am byth fel arwr llenyddol cenedlaethol.
Vicky Howells.
Diolch, Llywyd. Earlier this year, we commemorated the centenary of the Representation of the People Act 1918. More than 5 million mainly working class men received the vote, and nearly 8.5 million women also became voters. But these women did not receive the franchise on an equal basis. Rather, under that Act, new women voters had to be over 30 years of age. They or their husbands also had to meet stringent property qualifications. Equality in terms of the franchise had to wait another decade. And it was on the 2nd of July 1928 the Representation of the People Equal Franchise Act became law. This granted all women aged over 21 the vote, regardless of the property they owned, regardless of their husbands. Some commentators have referred to the consensus and lack of controversy over this, suggesting perhaps that there is an air of historic inevitability. We must not make the mistake of overlooking the transformative nature of the 1928 Act. Politics became more representative. The electorate of Aberdare, for example, swelled by around 7,000. And finally, women could now vote on an equal basis to men. Neglecting this historic occasion also does a disservice to the campaigners who fought during the intervening period for this principle of equality, campaigners like the Viscountess Rhondda. As the 1928 Act celebrates its 90th birthday, we remember what one commentator has called this simplest yet most radical of reforms.
Jonathan Saunders.
Thank you, and I would hope you'd look at the screens now, please. I was thrilled to attend the 10th National Armed Forces Day 2018, held in Llandudno on Saturday, along with my colleague Darren Miller AM. Much excitement had already built in witnessing the arrival of the frigate HMS Somerset in Llandudno Bay, along with the arrival on the promenade of army tanks to include a Jackal, helicopter and a Typhoon jet. We stood with other dignitaries, excited for the parade to begin. Glorious sunshine saw Her Royal Highness, the Princess Royal, our Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Theresa May, Fusilier Shenkin IV, the regimental goat, taken from our Great Orme, and 100,000 people lining the North Shore. The North Shore Promenade, providing rapturous applause in support of all those individuals and families who selflessly serve in our armed forces. This year, also marking the RAF centenary, was particularly special to see the Red Arrows display conclude with the number 100, painted across the sky, and followed by the RAF Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Llawydd, Deputy. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all those involved in organising and to those taking part in what was such a memorable event. This went some way, in particular, to acknowledge the brave and the courageous commitment by our servicemen, women and veterans, and simply to say thank you.
Item 5 on the agenda is a debate on the Children, Young People and Education Committee's report on its inquiry into the emotional and mental health of children and young people, and I call on the Chair of that committee to move the motion. Lynn Neagle.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I usually begin by saying I'm pleased to open this debate, but today I'm more than pleased. I'm proud and privileged to address this chamber on the Children, Young People and Education Committee's Mind Over Matter report. For me, the emotional and mental health of our children and young people is one of the most important issues, if not the most important issue, for us as an Assembly. Ensuring that our next generation of leaders in this place and in our nation's schools, hospitals, farms and factories are resilient, mentally well and equipped with the tools to tackle the challenges that will inevitably come their way is a fundamental responsibility for all of us. It is estimated that 1 in 10 young people will experience a mental health problem, and nearly 3 in 4 young people fear the reaction of friends when they talk about it. Half of all mental health problems begin by the age of 14 and 3/4 by a young person's mid-20s. And that is why we chose to dedicate much of the winter term to this crucial inquiry. Our predecessor committee in the 4th Assembly undertook a comprehensive review of specialist mental health services for children and young people in Wales. We wanted to revisit that and to hold the Welsh Government to account on its progress. But we wanted to go further. We were also committed to looking at what support could be provided to avoid escalation to specialist services. The costs of emotional and mental ill health, not just for the public purse, but most importantly to the children, young people and families involved, are too high for us not to try to stem the flow earlier. We know that without support, mental distress can have a severe impact on children's well-being, their development and their attainment. But evidence also shows that with appropriate and timely support, children and young people who've encountered emotional and mental health issues can live well and happy lives. This need not and should not be an inevitable spiral. Before we continue, I want us to hear from children and young people themselves. We are committed to giving them a voice in all the committee's work, and this inquiry was no exception. I want to put on record my thanks to all those who spoke with us, but particularly to those children and young people who let us visit them and who spoke so openly and powerfully about issues that even as adults we often struggle to articulate. During the course of our inquiry, we collected the experience of young people in a variety of ways. One of them was a video with young people participating in Newport Mind's Changing Minds project, which provides peer support for young people who are struggling with their mental health. I know some of them are in the gallery today. I'd like to welcome them here and give everyone a chance to listen to what they have to say.
Sort of start around year 8, so I was about 13, 14, and I was always offered a counsellor, but that would never really happen. So I just sort of dealt with it on my own, and then one day it was just enough was enough. I didn't know where to turn to.
It was just a taboo subject to talk about mental health and just how you're feeling, particularly for men it was, I know.
I think if I got these issues addressed a lot earlier, it wouldn't have boiled over to the point.
I feel like there should be more access to support within schools and a lot more notice that support is there available for people.
To try and help young people is different tools, so it's like exploring different avenues from a young age, like meditation, just yoga, it could be exercise, it just not just simply, oh, you're not feeling well, go and speak to someone. Life isn't like that. You're not going to have someone to talk to all the time, and that doesn't work for everyone.
If the teachers had a little bit of training, just enough to catch bad mental health. And it doesn't matter if you have depression or anxiety, bad mental health is bad mental health. From not having enough sleep to worrying about exams, it all affects us.
I'm sure you'd all like to join me in thanking the young people for sharing their views and experiences with us. I hope that gives everyone a taste of some of the things that came up during our inquiry. So what did we conclude? We believe a step change is urgently needed in the support available for the emotional and mental health of children and young people in Wales. What is available has been too limited for too long. We have called our report Mind Over Matter because we think the time has come to do just that, to put mind over matter, to deliver appropriate, timely and effective emotional and mental health support for our children and young people once and for all. While we recognise that improvements have been made in specialist CAMS services in the last 2 years, it is not enough. More is needed, particularly in relation to primary care services, crisis care and how we refer our most vulnerable children and young people into support services. Medical diagnosis alone should not be the key that opens the door to support. Being without a diagnosed disorder does not diminish the severity of distress and harm experienced. It should not act as a barrier to getting help with services. We need to urgently help this so-called missing middle. Our predecessor committee was told in 2014 that too many children and young people entering specialist CAMS were being referred there incorrectly and ought to be helped in other parts of the system. By 2018, not enough has changed. The pieces of the jigsaw that need to be in place to support children and young people outside the most specialist settings are simply not there. 4 years since the last inquiry, this is unacceptable. It must be addressed urgently by the Welsh Government. As a committee, we believe something drastic must be done at the preventative end of services. If we continue failing to provide emotional well-being, resilience and early intervention support, children and young people will continue suffering unnecessarily. It also means that the sustainability of more specialist mental health services will continue to be under threat. So what needs to happen? We think a major step change is needed in the priority given to the emotional resilience and well-being of children and young people. We have called on the Government to make this a stated national priority. But words alone will not do. They need to be underpinned by the planning, resource and commitment to deliver real change. We think ring-fenced resource is needed to make schools hubs of cross-sector and cross-professional support for emotional and mental well-being based in our communities. We also think that those who work with children and young people should be trained in emotional and mental health awareness to tackle issues of stigma, promote good mental health and enable signposting to services where necessary. Reform of the curriculum in Wales offers a once-in-a-generation opportunity to embed well-being into our children's lives, and schools are very well placed to make a significant contribution to building an emotional, resilient population of young people. But they cannot do it alone. We are certainly not expecting teachers and other school staff to become experts in mental health. Support from other statutory and third sector bodies, most notably health, is crucial. The whole school approach, where an ethos of good mental health runs through everything, needs to be a cross-sector responsibility, and a genuine step change is needed to deliver it. Our report makes one key recommendation and 27 in support of it. Taken together, we believe these will deliver the step change that is needed to build a population of emotionally resilient and mentally healthy children and young people in Wales. They are detailed, demanding and ambitious, and I make no apologies for that. Our children and young people deserve our ambition to be high and our demands to be significant on their behalf. So that is why I regrettably have to say that I and the committee are deeply disappointed with the Welsh Government's response to our recommendations. Firstly, too many vital points have been rejected. Secondly, while many recommendations are accepted in principle, this is largely on the basis that the Welsh Government perceives that the things we have called for are already in place. Well, I say to the Welsh Government today, we do not agree with you. We do not believe sufficient attention has been given to the robust and comprehensive evidence that we have presented in our report. Finally, the Government's response does not meet our expectation and demand for a step change in approach. As a committee, we reject this response. It is not good enough. Neither the detailed evidence we've outlined, provided by a range of experts with significant experience in the field, nor the recommendations to which we've given considerable and serious thought, have met with the acknowledgement, analysis and respect they deserve. The step change we have called for is not visible in this response as it stands. Our ambition is not met with the ambition we expect and demand of our Government. As such, today I invite the Cabinet Secretaries to reflect again on their response and to come back to us early in the autumn term with a renewed approach. Our committee will then use our time to explore these important issues with the Cabinet Secretaries in the forensic detail this important topic deserves. Now, I do not wish to conclude my remarks on a negative note. Our report has been welcomed on a cross-sector, cross-party basis. It has been welcomed as an important step towards the transformative change that our children and young people deserve. It has been welcomed as a key part of the important journey that I and my fellow members of the committee are determined and committed to travel and complete in this Assembly. As our report says, this is a subject that touches us all and an area in which we all have a responsibility and an ability to make change happen. We are unwilling to allow this vital issue to be handed on in a legacy report yet again to a successor committee in the 6th Assembly, saying more needs to be done. The time has now come to put mind over matter and make the step change that is so urgently needed.
Thank you. There are a number of members who wish to speak in this debate. Therefore, I will be applying the 5-minute rule very strictly. So it's no good looking at me and smiling if you've got another half a page. The answer will be no, and the button will go off, and I will call the next speaker. I'm sorry to do that, but we have a number of people who want to speak who are not committee members as well, and I think that is a great testament to the work of the committee that others want to take part. So I just ask you all to bear in mind the 5-minute rule strictly, and we'll see how we get on. Darren Miller.
Diolch, Deputy Lewis. £7.2 billion, 6,000 emergency admissions into our hospitals and 300 lives per year. That is the cost of mental health every single year here in Wales. And I'm sure that everybody in this chamber recognises the severity of needing to get to grips with this problem and the urgency, given that we've had very little progress to date, to take action to tackle it. We know that around 3/4 of all mental illness start before a child reaches their 18th birthday, and that children from socially disadvantaged backgrounds or those with parents with existing mental health illnesses themselves are more likely to develop mental health problems of their own. Now, it's very clear from the Children, Young People and Education Committee's work that we need to build more resilience in childhood and adolescence, and to take some urgent action to address the difficulties that many of our young people face when needing to access more specialist care too. Our Mind Over Matter report sets out the challenges and the details and provides a host of sensible, practical recommendations to address them. It was universally welcomed by stakeholders, but not, or so it seems, by the Welsh Government. I have to say, I don't think I've seen a single government response in the 11 years that I've been a member of this National Assembly which is so disappointing and complacent. Just 7 recommendations have been accepted, 9 have been rejected in whole or in part, and of the rest, those that have been described as accepted in principle, frankly, should have rejected sat beside them, because accepted in principle is not an accurate description of the responses that we read on the paper. And it's no wonder, therefore, that we've had a chorus of voices from stakeholders who've been in touch with committee members and other members of this National Assembly prior to the debate this afternoon to express their concerns. The Cabinet Secretaries for Health and Education have managed to unite not 1, not 2, but 73 psychologists to sign a single letter calling for all of the recommendations in our report to be implemented in full. The Children's Commissioner has said that the response that's been received is a missed opportunity and said that the current system is not adequate or coherent. The NSPCC have said that it won't deliver the step change that's required, and they are absolutely right. We need to see that step change, and it's a shame that the only one that some people seem interested in is a step change from one office into the First Minister's office. I really do feel that the Welsh Government needs to tear its response up and go back to the drawing board and to produce something which is a little bit more respectful, not just to the committee, but to those stakeholders and those individuals who provided the evidence on which our report is based. We're fed up with empty words. We've seen reports which have identified problems before in previous assemblies, and I'm afraid we haven't seen the action coming from the Welsh Government, from successive ministers, to be able to deal with the challenges. We saw good practice in the evidence that we received, good practice on building mental health resilience in our schools, schools such as Ysgol Pen-y-Bryn in my own constituency and their mindfulness programme, a wonderful opportunity that we presented and suggested should be rolled out further in other schools. Yet your recommendation, our recommendation 3, your response to that recommendation was complacent. It was inadequate, and it simply suggested more of the same and suggested that you're already doing the things that were necessary. That isn't the case. You've rejected our recommendations 9 and part of our recommendation 11, which call for simple things like data to be collected and published on a regular basis on mental health waiting times for children and young people seeking assessment and intervention, whether in primary or secondary care. It is shocking. absolutely shocking that those recommendations have been rejected, and it suggests a complete lack of priority for our children and young people here in Wales. Unless we have that data, we're not going to be able to hold people to account. And it's no wonder that organisations like the Betsy Cadwallader Health Board have got in excess of 1,000 young people, more than all of the other health boards in Wales combined, on waiting lists for more than a year, waiting to access assessments and waiting to access treatment for their acute secondary care issues in mental health. Completely unacceptable. And it's for the sake of those 1,000 individuals in North Wales and the others around the country that we need to see the step change that our report refers to. So I think we need to stick this particular response in a place where the sun don't shine, the shredder, and come up with something much better in accordance with the wishes of the committee, because that's the only thing on which we're going to see any change.
Thank you. Claire Griffith.
Diolch i'r Pwylywydd, ac a i jyst ddweud ar y cychwyn y mod i a mhlaid i yn cytuno gyda prif argymhellion y pwyllgor yma, sef wrth gwrs y prif argymhelliad yw bod y mater yma'n dod yn flaenoriaeth genedlaethol benodedig. Nawr, mi glywon ni gyfeiriad at adroddiadau blaenorol y pwyllgor, yr adroddiad nôl yn 2014 er enghraifft arweiniodd at peth newid o safbwynt gofal yn y maes yma, ond mae'r angen nawr i ni fynd i'r lefel nesaf. A mae'r ystadegau yn mynnu hynny, dyn ni wedi clywed rhai yn barod yn 2017 er enghraifft. Fe welodd Childline Cymru 20% o gynnydd yn nifer y galwadau ynghylch hunanladdiad. Yn y 12 mis i fis Hydref 2016, mi gafwyd 19,000 o atgyferiadau at wasanaethau CAMS yng Nghymru, 2,000 yn fwy na'r flwyddyn flaenorol. Felly, mae problemau lles emosiynol a iechyd meddwl plant a phobl ifanc yn tyfu, ac mae angen pwysles newydd, pwysles didrigaredd ar ochr ataliol y llwybr gofal. Lles emosiynol, gwydnwch ac ymyrraeth gynnar. Ni wedi clywed am y canol coll y missing middle yma, ac os nad yw'r Llywodraeth yn cyflwyno newid trawsnewidiol mae'r pwyllgor eisiau weld, mi fydd y gwasanaethau ar frig y spectrwm yn mynd yn gwbl angenaladwy oherwydd fydd ddim modd copio gyda'r niferoedd fydd yn galw am y gwasanaethau. Nawr, gall ysgolion wrth gwrs ddim ysgwyddo'r her yma ar ei pen ei hunain, a dyna pam i ni am weld dull cyflawni systemau cyfan, whole systems approach, lle mae plant, pobl ifanc, ysgolion, gofal cymdeithasol, iechyd, y sector wirfoddol i gyd yn cyd-dynnu ac yn cydweithio i ddarparu'r gwasanaeth a'r gefnogaeth orau posib. Ond tra fod uchelgais y pwyllgor yn glir fod angen y gweithredu trawsnewidiol yna, mae rhaid dweud bod ymateb y Llywodraeth, fel wedes i wrth y Prif Weinidog, yn llipa, yn hunanfodlon ac yn gwbl anigonol. Ac mae yn siom, dwi'n rhannu siom aelod eraill, bod cyn lleied o'r argymhellion wedi i derbyn, a bod chynifer wedi derbyn mewn y gwyddor, ac yn wir bod chynifer wedi i gwrthod. Gwrthod, er enghraifft, argymhelliad y dylid mapio argeiledd staff nad un nhw yn addysgu mewn ysgolion, ond sydd yna i gefnogi iechyd a lles emosiynol. Cyfrifoldeb awdurdodau lleol a byrdde iechyd yw hynny, medde'r Llywodraeth. Pasio byc yw hynny, oherwydd mae hon yn broblem genedlaethol. Ar ôl y Llywodraeth yw cymryd y darlun cenedlaethol yna i ystyriaeth. Mwy o data ar gael, mwy o wybodaeth i'r cyhoedd ynglyn a sut mae byrdde iechyd yn gwario i harian ar wasanaethau iechyd meddwl i blant yn cael ei gwrthod. Mae hwnna dweud rhywbeth am dryloywder, fyswn i'n dweud hefyd. Fe argymellodd y pwyllgor fod angen sicrhau fod pawb sy'n gofalu am blant a phobl ifanc yn cael hyfforddiant y maes ymwybyddiaeth o iechyd emosiynol ac iechyd meddwl ac yn gallu cyfeirio bobl wedyn yn teimlo fwy hyderus ynglyn â cyfeirio bobl ifanc at wasanaethau eraill. A sawl gwaith glywon ni fel pwyllgor staff ysgolion yn dweud bod nhw ddim yn teimlo bod nhw wedi ymboeri i fedru ymateb i'r hyn o'n nhw'n bigo fyny arno fe yn yr ystafell ddosbarth. Yn wir, maen nhw'n cael eu llethu gan yr achosion yma, a mae angen help arnyn nhw a'r gweithlu ehangach. Mae'r cwricwlwm wrth gwrs yn mynd i gyfrannu, ond fel dwi'n dweud, mae yna weithlu ehangach sylweddol. Mae yna bwynt arall dwi'n meddwl fan hyn sydd wedi dod fwy i'r amlwg. Yn amlwg mae ysgrifenyddion cabinet a gweinidogion yn rhannu y cyfrifoldeb am hyn. Mae hynny'n gallu bod yn gryfder ar adegau, ond yn amlwg dwi'n ofni mae'n gallu bod yn wendid hefyd ar adegau. Oherwydd y peryg yw bod neb yn gyrru'r mater yma, bod neb yn cymryd perchnogaeth ac yn rhoi momentum wedyn i'r ymdrech o fynd i'r afel a'r broblem. Ac o ganlyniad, mae derbyn mewn egwyddor yn dod yn rhyw fath o ymateb default sydd i bob pwrpas yn golygu busnes fel arfer ac nid newid traws newidiol. Dwi'n cefnogi y sylwadau wnaeth y cadeirydd a'i berniadaeth i o'r Llywodraeth. Mae e'n fethiant amlwg yn y marn i yn yr achos yma. Mi nes i awgrymu ddoe os ydyn ni o ddifri ynglŷn â rhannu cyfrifoldebau ar draws Llywodraeth, yna mi ddylen ni fod yn edrych ar arweinydd y Llywodraeth i fod yn gyrru hwn fel yr unig berson fyswn i'n meddwl sydd â statws digonol i sicrhau bod hwn yn wirioneddol yn flaenoriaeth genedlaethol. Nawr, dwi yn fer i gloi jyst eisiau sôn am un cynllun penodol dwi wedi dod ar ei draws sef SAP, yw'r acronym Student Assistance Programme. Rhaglen i wei blant a phobl ifanc rhwng 4 ac 19 oed. Mae'n cael ei weithredu ar hyn o bryd yn ysgolion Wrecsam, lle mae plant yn dod at ei gilydd i siarad am eu teimladau a'i problemau mwyn gallu cael y cymorth sydd angen arnyn nhw. Maen nhw'n cael eu cyfeirio at wasanaethau os oes angen hefyd. Mae grwpiau o gyfoedion yn dod at ei gilydd. Maen nhw'n cwrdd wythnosol mewn ysgolion cynradd ac ysgolion uwchradd, ac mae'n caniatáu adnabod y problemau dyn ni sôn amdanyn nhw yn gynnar. Mae wedi cael adol y plant yna.
Right, thank you. Thank you. Michelle Brown.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Sorry, my papers have got out of order. Okay, thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Of the key recommendations of this report, the only ones the Government accept are the ones that either require no action or are not measurable. They accept the recommendation to state the emotional and mental well-being and resilience of our children and young people is a national priority. But when it comes to the recommendations that mean they have to take action, the Government start to fudge and spin their responses, with either rejections or only accepting recommendations in principle, which we all know means nothing meaningful will be done. I don't know what more this committee can do to get the Government to take the actions needed. The situation is desperate. As Darren's mentioned already, more than 1,000 children and young people are waiting 12 to 18 months for neurodevelopmental mental assessment in Betsy Cadwallader, and the committee's recommended the Government immediately develop a recovery plan. What's the Welsh Government's response? They say they'll write to Betsy Cadwallader asking them to set out a recovery plan. First, this problem has been growing for years on Labour's watch, so why have they not asked Betsy to do this previously? And if they have, why ask again? Second, the current board have presided over this disgusting and inhumane backlog and helped create it in the first place. So what makes the Government think that one of the main creators of the problem had any idea how to fix it? The Government talks about establishing baselines for the delivery of developmental pathways. But that's pointless where it comes to health boards that are under this Government's watch, that routinely and by increasing margins miss existing baselines. In the week we celebrate 70 years of the NHS, and Labour try to claim they're the sole guardians of Bevan's legacy, it is important to remember he said that people should have access, when ill, to the best care that medical skill can provide. Well, the Cabinet Secretary for Health is nowhere near providing that. The longer the wait, the more mentally ill a sufferer can become. The risk of suicide or self-harm increase, their education will be further damaged, and life for their families becomes increasingly difficult. As a committee, we looked at this in great detail as a group of AMs from very, very different parties coming together to try to improve the lives of children and young people. So why does the Cabinet Secretary think it will be okay to reject some of the recommendations and only accept in principle most of the others? At point 4, you say you accept it in principle, but then you actually reject its key recommendation, saying you won't endorse the specific programme the committee are asking you to. Even though that project involves the Samaritans, who I think have a much deeper insight into mental health issues than you, Cabinet Secretary. And point 9 of this Government's response tells Welsh youngsters and their parents all they need to know about what the Labour Government think of its own management of this issue. The Government are refusing the committee's recommendation, a very sensible recommendation, to publish data on waiting times for assessment and interventions for children and young people since the commencement of the provisions of the mental health measure. I'm sure that if the data were good news, the Cabinet Secretary would have already announced it. So I do wonder what possible positive reason there could be for the Welsh Government to withhold this information from the public. The situation has become so intolerable that nothing less than the full acceptance and commitment to implement all of the recommendations from the committee is going to be good enough. The government still has its head in the sand over this problem, and their attitude of make the right noise but do nothing is what led to this problem in the first place. The Cabinet Secretary should be bending over backwards to apologise to the young people and families he and his government have so badly let down, and do everything the committee has recommended. So finally, my despair at the scale of the problem is topped only by my despair that still, even in the face of a report such as this, they are still trying to spin their way out of it while Welsh children and young people suffer. The government's response is disgusting, and I will leave my comments there.
Thank you. Julie Morgan.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I'm a member of the committee, and I think this is one of the most important inquiries that we have actually undertaken. I know the Government does acknowledge that children's emotional and mental health is an issue which crosses so many boundaries between so many different people and so many different organisations: health, schools, youth support organisations, youth clubs, CAMS. I welcome the committee's recommendation and the Government's acceptance that it should be a national priority. But I think if you have something as a national priority, you have to go all out to achieve it. And it's in the more detailed recommendations that we don't really have the response that we were hoping for. I agree very strongly with the committee's view that it should be the business of everyone who comes into contact with children to have the well-being and mental health at the forefront of their minds, because what could be more precious than a child's state of mind? And we must aim for a generation of emotionally secure, happy children with a positive mindset. But to do that, the Welsh Government does have to take action. The report recommends that everyone who cares, volunteers or works with children and young people be trained in emotional and mental health awareness so that they can tackle issues of stigma and promote good mental health. Now, the Government accepts this, but only accepts it in principle, and it is disappointing to see this described as unrealistic. Surely most people who work with children receive as a minimum some initial training, so why could not this include an element to at least raise awareness of the importance of looking out for children's emotional and mental well-being? I can't see that there's any problem at all in that, and I don't see that that's unrealistic at all. And I think it's essential that initial teachers' training has this built in, and the training that youth workers have, the training that health staff have, and I really think that that is something that could be incorporated into the training that already takes place with no problem. So I do not accept that it is unrealistic that that recommendation should be taken forward. Now, I think when a child's mental health suffers, it does cause a huge amount of stress and upset for their family, their friends, for the school, for everybody who works with them. The ripples from a child's mental health, I think, goes so far, and many of us have experienced that issue. And, you know, families can do their best to provide for their children emotionally and materially, but problems with your emotional and mental health can happen to every family. So children's mental health is a great leveller. But I think we do know that there are particularly vulnerable groups, and two of those are looked after children and adopted children. And I think it's important to signal that out. Last week I sponsored an event in which Adoption UK launched its report called Bridging the Gap, about giving adopted children an equal chance in school. And adopted children do need extra support in school, and schools are maybe not sometimes as aware of this as they should be, that there is an understanding gap, and it shows 65% of adopted children did not feel that their teachers fully understood how to support them, and this rose to 74% at secondary school age. So I think this is very concerning, that the feedback from adopted children, who we know, because of attachment issues they may have had early in life, are more vulnerable to have mental health problems, didn't feel that they could turn to their teachers. And I do think that our report has reflected that, really, in most of the aspects that we've dealt with, that children have to seek support and wait
wait for support in a way that the Chair's described that is not acceptable. I feel it should be the burning mission of this Assembly to ensure that our children do grow up with sound, healthy bodies and minds, and that it should be our burning mission to make this happen. So I feel that this report does lay it out, but I do think it is up to the government to ensure that this is their burning mission as well, and that together we could all work together to make our children happy and fulfilled.
David Melding.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Well, today is the 4th of July, and in Jefferson's sparkling prose, we're reminded that we are born with inalienable rights, and the most important are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, the pursuit of happiness we would define as some form of emotional well-being today. And there's absolutely no doubt that the denial of effective help and diagnosis of emotional and mental health conditions in childhood has a huge impact on the person and their development as adults, and the potential for their happiness and the pursuit of all sorts of goals in life. I speak from my own experience. It was not something picked up. I've lived with periods of depression and more particularly anxiety throughout my life. And a lot of my coping mechanisms have been self-learned and more latterly through effective health interventions. But, you know, it's an incredibly alienating experience. And I remember even at university being completely perplexed by some of my symptoms and not having a basic apprehension of what they were. And that, I think, you know, is a terrible situation to be in. I commend this report. I think it is outstanding, as is Lynn Neagle, who has to be one of our greatest backbenchers. And the way you hold your side to account is a masterclass about how people should pursue the national good. And that takes you way beyond partisan politics. And you're held in the highest esteem across the chamber, I know that. Can I just say that I have the privilege of chairing the government's Ministerial Advisory Group on Outcomes for Children. And we met on Friday, and this report, Mind Over Matter, was one of the agenda items. And it was received with great enthusiasm, and particularly amongst the third sector representatives that are crucial to the working in that group. But there was some concern in particular about this practice of accepting in principle. Now, I explained in a fairly neutral way that this was something that had been the practice in government's responses to reports for many years, and that a committee would usually spend a lot of time returning to the items that had been accepted in principle and examining how deep that was, and after 6 months or a year or whatever, whether something had practically been done or whether it was a way of basically putting something on the shelf. So I know you will return to this when you come to your in-depth scrutiny post-report. And I know the ministers will be aware of this as well, and they will know the concern and frustration of some members here. But I do remind the Cabinet Secretaries that the Permanent Secretary last year said that the Welsh Government would move away from the practice of accepting recommendations in principle and say, frankly, whether they accept the recommendation as it's framed or not. And then they can give their reasons for that. And I do think that's at the heart of real accountability. So, it is somewhat frustrating to see what happens in this report. Can I just turn to some of the detail? I think the need to focus now on the preventative end of the pathway is really, really important. Otherwise, we will see further difficulties with the acute end and the referral via CAMS, in the inappropriate referrals out of, not knowing where else to go, so you make a CAMS referral. And I think some of the practical suggestions, the national approach for schools, including the need for a guidance teacher model, so lead members of staff have responsibility and enable other teachers to pick up the things. This is basic pedagogy. I mean, I find it astonishing that it is referred to as somehow being impractical, that amongst the most highly professional people we have in our country, the teaching staff are not capable of this. They should receive the training and the support to do it. The importance of therapeutic interventions has been very, very key in my own experience, and the active offer of advocacy for children accessing mental health services. Can I commend in particular recommendation 22, the assessment of emotional and mental health needs of children entering care. That's of particular concern to the Ministerial Advisory Group. And recommendation 23, the Welsh Government to assess the provision of emotional and mental health services for looked after children, and this should be informed by the work of the Ministerial Advisory Group.
Thank you. Di Lloyd.
Diolch, Cyprill. Yes, indeed, and I'm privileged to take part in this debate. I'm not a member of Lynn Neagle's excellent committee. I commend Lynn Neagle as chair in the first instance. I'm the lowly chair of the Health Committee in this place, and I don't know if I mentioned before that I'm a GP as well in Swansea for about the last 38 years. So from the frontline experience of dealing with children's mental health service, it is really, really frustrating. I've got to say, we need an absolute step change, more than a step change, an actual revolution in the provision, not just of mental health service for children and young people, but in all the emotional and counselling support services as well, both in the voluntary sector and in the statutory sector as well. We need to increase statutory and non-statutory provision, actually more people working to help our children and young people. Why is that? Well, over the years, I used to do the baby clinic years ago, and beautiful babies that we all happy, smiling, but I see them growing up. They're now grandparents, as I told you yesterday, but growing up in, sometimes if you're unlucky to be in a traumatised household, you suffer a horrendous childhood, beautiful babies become brutalised toddlers, and then you become a traumatised teenager, mistrusting everybody in authority, even those trying to help you. You self-harm, you're emotionally damaged. And who can you turn to? So you try your GP. So GPs, yeah, we're programmed to help people, but unless I can convince secondary care that you've got a describable mental health disorder, they won't take you. Referrals to CAMS are bounced back to the GP. You know, that's because the element of distress, of a young person's distress, is not taken into account at all. There has to be a proper diagnosis. That's the missing middle that this excellent report is going on about. And we have to muddle through with the missing middle. And that's not how we should be doing things in Wales in the 21st century. So I keep seeing people. They are still growing up, my children and my young people, and some of them horrendously damaged. And yes, I got to wait for them to be bad enough to access CAMS. Now, that's not the stuff of early intervention. It's not the stuff of early intervention. That is about reaching a threshold of treatment. And that's not what we're about nowadays, since we passed an excellent mental health measure under Jonathan Morgan's leadership here in 2010. It's about early intervention. It's about prevention. And we're still not doing it. We have to get those services on the ground. I don't want to keep seeing people in distress with my limited capabilities, with nowhere to refer them to because they're not bad enough or have a mental health diagnosis to sort them out. We can't cope with young people so distressed because of things that have happened without there being an actual mental health disorder. Yes, some people have a mental health disorder as well, but some young people don't. And the distress of the whole situation is just not bad enough for us as a society to do anything about it. It hurts us as GPs, and having letters from secondary care to say, no, you can't refer this person here because there's no recognisable mental health disorder. So what am I supposed to do then? Yes, back to the schools. I have no locus of control over school-based counselling services, though. I'm looking forward that the full implementation recommendations here means that primary care, voluntary sector and schools will work together. GPs, primary care and teachers together. Because at the moment we're bombing back and forth by default, because I can't help them. Hopefully the teachers can, but we've got to empower our teachers as well. Let's be fair. Let's be fair here now, because we are muddling through. And there's this parity of physical and mental illness, people say. Well, if I've got a physically ill child, I pick up the phone, I ring secondary care, and they deal with it. I try getting hold of secondary care for children who are emotionally distressed, and nothing happens. That has to change. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you. Lee Waters.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I well remember when this building was opened, the National Poet for Wales, Gwyneth Lewis, gave a reading which he described this chamber as the cockpit of the nation, the place where we come together to discuss things of import. And listening to this debate and reading this report, it's clear there's a cross-party consensus that the current system is inadequate. To be fair to the Welsh Government, the last time a report like this was written, they responded, and there have been significant improvements in the quality of specialised treatment for young people with mental health disorders. And the same type of response is merited now for the central call of this report to teach the earlier stages of the development of mental health problems. I've not on the committee, I've read the report in detail, I've read the Children Commissioner's response, I've sat through multiple presentations from different groups. I deal with these issues on an almost weekly basis in my surgery. I've discussed it with my local health board. A health board, it must be said, that has a waiting list of 2.5 years to see CAMHS. Parents come to see me on a regular basis in a desperate state, and they have to wait for 2.5 years to get a diagnosis. And when they get the diagnosis, their expectations are overly inflated because the system has very little to offer them. There is despair on the part of GPs at this. We've heard already despair on the part of teachers. I was speaking late last night to a teacher from my constituency who told me you don't always know where to look for help for these children. You just want something to be done. And the missing middle, the report so effectively pointed out, where therapeutic or lower level support can help, is really the focus I think we should have on this report. I should commend this report. It's the best report of a committee I have read in my time on the Assembly, and I pay tribute to all its members, and particularly to its chair. But I should say, it's a very tough report. It's very well crafted. It has smart targets. The recommendations are specific, they are measurable, they're attainable, they're relevant, and they have time limits to them. And it's no wonder the government has struggled to respond to that in its formal response, which I too found bitterly disappointing, and I understand the anger of members of the committee. And looking at the faces of my friends and colleagues, the Cabinet Secretaries, I too can tell that they are not happy with the position they find themselves in. I think we need to address this to the Welsh Government, and not to make poorly judged comment, if I may say, to Darren Hill, to Darren Miller, and to personalise this. I think the machine of government is struggling to respond to this crisis we have with young people. This is a problem that has increased in intensity and volume over recent years, and I think the system is struggling to know how to respond to it. The merit of this report is it is evidence-based from practitioners and from the third sector to give us a practical route map. And I think it would be prudent for us to return in the autumn, perhaps with an individual members' debate or another committee debate, to give ministers a chance to reflect over the summer on the strength of feeling and on the evidence. I've lived the issues presented in this report. I hesitate about discussing personal matters in this chamber, but I've reflected that we are elected here not just to represent our constituents, but because of our personal experiences too. When I first experienced the system when my son was 7 years old, I was told, come back when he's throwing himself against the wall. And sure enough, 6 years later, after a month of very expensive hospital treatment, we did get effective support. It was support from the third sector, from Action for Children, which we found to be superb, and from family therapy through CAMS, which is also highly effective. This is the sort of support that we would have benefited from 6 years earlier, which would have prevented enormous family strain and distress, not just to my son, but to all of us. Its impact is profound and far-reaching, and that's the type of intervention this report recommends. The smaller type measures, the earlier interventions that can help before it gets to crisis. And they're quoting here from young people in Abergele, where they say you have to have a crisis first before the system will respond. The Children's Commissioner, in her very pointed response, describes the government response as a missed opportunity. And she says there should be no wrong door. She says there hasn't been the joint working within the government. And I'd ask my colleagues on the front bench to reflect on that and come back to us in the autumn.
Thank you. Angela Burns.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. First of all, I'd like to thank Lynn Neagle and her committee for this report. Lynn, you are fearless and tough, and I have great admiration and total respect for you. I think that the Children and Young People's Committee is in very good hands, and if it was up to me, I think the Children of Wales would be good and safe in your hands too. I think the Mind Over Matter report has got to the heart of the issues. They've listened to the voices of the experts, they've listened to practitioners, young people and organisations, and they have made meaty and insightful, worthwhile recommendations. And I think that they are recommendations that deserve to be listened to. Now, I thought very hard about how I was going to pitch my contribution to this debate today. Would I reflect the chorus of shock and dismay of the committee, of witnesses, in regard to the government response? Or should I talk about the effect that this has on children and young people in my particular constituency? The kids we've tried to rescue, my team and I, in my little office in Tenby, with the help of county councils, both Carmarthenshire and Pembrokeshire. Or will I talk about the multiple suicides that we've seen in Pembrokeshire over the last few years and the ongoing coroner's questions? Or shall I just do a forensic analysis of the Welsh Government responses? And I've decided I'm not going to do any of that. Mind over matter, perinatal mental health, adoption services, children and adolescent mental health, child obesity, attendance and behaviour, adoption, advocacy services for children, placement of kids in care, youth justice, not in employment or education, autism in further education, dyslexia, post-19 with additional learning needs, mental health services, 15 committee reports by 3 different committees, each and every one of them since I've been an Assembly member. What does perinatal mental health have to do with what we're talking about today? Well, let me tell you, recommendations 10, recommendation 22, recommendation 26, they all point to what David Melding encapsulated so well, that if we do not help at the very, very beginning, if we do not get it right at the very, very beginning, then all we're going to do is spend the rest of our time picking up the pieces. And it's a quarter of our population that is in distress at some point or another. 98% of the children who are not in education officially have got mental health issues of the type that this report talks about. No, they're not, psychotic in a way that we can medicalise, but they have all the other issues. They've been badly let down. They have been neglected. They have been abused. They are lost. They're confused. They don't know where to go to. They have emotional and behavioural problems. In 11 years, I thought it was 10 years, but Darren Miller, you mentioned 11 years, and we came in at the same time. In 11 years, 15 reports, all of which touch on the fact that we have not got it right. What does it take? What does it take? Because I say this to you. We have too many children out of education. We've got too many kids unable to cope with 21st century life. We've got too many wounded kids in our nation who will grow into adults who will not fulfil their potential, who will not be able to do all the things that those of us in this chamber are lucky enough to do. How can we develop our maturity as a nation? How can Wales step forward into the 21st century when we leave so many people by the wayside? How can we hope to improve people's lifestyles? Because if we don't give them a firm bedrock to build on, how will we, Wales, afford to pick up the pieces in the years to come? The government response, I thought, was offhand. I thought it was unengaged cabinet secretaries, and in parts, I thought it was downright resentful. I felt there was a real whiff of inertia. Welsh Government, you are out of step with Assembly members of all parties, including members of Welsh Labour. The kickback to this report has been phenomenal. Children's Commissioner, Samaritans, NSPCC, the psychologists. If you had any sense, you put Lynn Neagle in charge of a task and finish group to drive this kind of report through and make it happen, because my kids, your kids and your grandkids need this. These people up here, they need this change now.
Leanne Wood.
Cabinet Secretary, I know that we all want to see the best possible outcome when it comes to the mental health of children and young people. But you must feel the palpable disappointment from members across this chamber with the government's response to this report. We know the problems, we know the solutions, but the Welsh Government seems reluctant to act. Accepting ideas in principle will not lead to action, and action is what we need. Every expert agrees the Welsh Government needs to act to ensure that the regional partnership boards have a mechanism to focus on children and young people. They must also require all regions to ensure that CAMS and social care services provide an integrated service to children with emotional, behavioural and mental health needs. A whole school approach, mapped and led jointly by health, education and social care, is needed to guide schools. And this will ensure that the help that should be available for children and young people will be at the foundation of an equitable, emotional and mental health service for young people and children in this country. Cabinet Secretary, these are technical policy solutions. Acronyms and jargon makes us feel disconnected from the real effects that poor mental health service provision leads to. If anyone knows of any teachers, young people's mental health is a matter raised by them all the time. It's impacting now on so many people. As so many people have said today, there is so much despair out there. When I was young and growing up, my mother's biggest fear for me was an early pregnancy. Now, I would say most parents' greatest concerns are about their children's mental well-being. Quite late this morning, I posted on my Rhondda Facebook page that I was speaking in this debate, and the response was overwhelming. I want to make the Cabinet Secretary aware of some of the real stories behind some of these statistics. One person, I'm not going to name, gave the following account of their experience. I visited a GP 4 times to ask for help and was simply given links to online self-help guides in NLP. On the 4th and final occasion, I gave a full disclosure of my use of alcohol and cannabis as a form of self-medication, and I said that I was suicidal. I wasn't leaving without him understanding how I felt and how desperate I had become. I was told that I would first have to stop drinking before I could access any further help and wait 6 months for the most basic counselling appointment. On the 12th of August, I attempted suicide. I was only interrupted by a friend coming home unexpectedly. Now, that moment was a turning point for this person. They turned to friends for support, and I'm pleased to say they got it and are now in a much better place. A mother commented that her 7-year-old son suffers from anxiety. Despite the 28-day maximum waiting time for access to mental health support, she's now been waiting around 4 months. He's now on the verge of being excluded from school and even placed in a special school due to the school not being able to accommodate him without an official diagnosis. Anyone in a crisis cannot afford to wait, and for children and young people, the urgency is even greater. Stories of children waiting months on end or being passed between CAMs were so prevalent in response to my Facebook post that I can't even scratch the surface here. So if you read these pleas for help, Cabinet Secretary, I'm sure that you would agree that this is heartbreaking stuff. And for the families that suffer as a result of the system's inaction, it is doubly so. So please, listen to members here today. Act with urgency. For some, this question is literally a matter of life or death. A child mental health crisis is brewing, and if you do not make urgent radical changes now, we could be facing true disaster. I fully support the calls made by the Chair of the Committee, who has spoken excellently in this debate. We all owe it to our future generations to get a much better grip on this question.
Finally, Jane Bryant.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak in this important debate today. It's a very important report, and I'd like to commend the Children and Young People Committee for conducting their thorough and timely inquiry, and my friend and colleague Lynn Neagle for her leadership in that and the way she's spoken today. Research by the Office of National Statistics earlier this year found that 10% of young people aged 16 to 24 described themselves as always or often alone. This is the highest in any age group. These figures are reflected in the NSPCC's announcement that they have seen a significant increase in children and young people contacting Childline about their emotional and mental health. It's now the most common reason for Childline counselling in Wales. The excellent Mind Over Matters report has been welcomed by clinical and health professionals and third sector organisations. They support the report's identification of the urgent challenges faced at the beginning of the care pathway and its key recommendation that emotional wellbeing, resilience and early intervention should be a national priority. The situation is urgent. Research has shown that around half of all mental health problems begin at the age of 14. Failure to intervene can lead to demand outstripping supply for specialist services, and like other members here, I deal with many of these issues on a daily and weekly basis. The report highlights the importance of measures which can be taken to prevent children and young people reaching crisis point and building resilience. Across Wales, there are some fantastic examples of projects working to support the emotional and mental health of children and young people, and I'd like to highlight a few that I know well. Earlier this year, I visited the Nurture Group in Pilgwenlly Primary Schools in my constituency with the Cabinet Secretary for Education. The groups provide assistance to children who need extra support in emotional and behavioural needs by building relationships between pupils, teachers and parents. The group helps equip children with the skills and resilience they need to get the most out of every aspect of school. The children themselves are very open about how being part of the Nurture Group has changed how they feel. And this group makes tangible differences to those children's lives. I'm very glad that the committee visited the Changing Minds project in Newport as part of their inquiry. I've seen for myself how the project at Newport Mind provides peer support for young people. Its preventative nature has had a marked impact on reducing the use of local primary mental health support services, and I'd like to thank the Chair today here for including their voices again this afternoon. Among those who gave evidence to the inquiry about the importance of preventative measures was Carol Fradd, Director of Newport Samaritans. I met Carol not long afterwards, and she explained about the DEAL, the Developing Emotional Awareness and Listening Tool, a teacher resource developed by the Samaritans. Following the success of DEAL, the Samaritans have called for emotional and mental health awareness to be included into initial teacher training qualifications. And work conducted by the Children's Society has shown that the school environment can have a big impact on children's well-being. Yet the responsibility cannot fall on teachers alone, and as others have said, it's the responsibility of all of us. Establishing working partnerships with children's clinician professionals who have the skills to transform children's mental health care, and Welsh Government must continue to enable them to share their experience and expertise. Barnardo's are among those who have highlighted the benefit of developing partnership working with local communities, such as Millbrook Primary in Bettis, which I visited with the Minister for Children earlier this week. A key contributing factor for the increase in prevalence of emotional and mental health issues is undoubtedly the influence and pressure of social media. And it's really difficult for all of us here today to imagine how social media affects young people's self-esteem. Young people are increasingly experiencing a significant portion of their social interaction online, but this cannot replace human-to-human contact and the valuable skills gained from it. Scrolling through social media can magnify the mixture of emotions we all experience, unfortunately often reinforcing and prolonging negative thoughts and feelings. Today we've really heard the strength of feeling cross-party about this. And from a young age, we instil in children that they do not need to tolerate physical pain. The committee's report is an excellent and crucial reminder that we all have a responsibility to ensure young people grow up knowing that their minds matter as well.
Thank you. Can I now call the Cabinet Secretary for Education, Kirsty Williams?
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. And firstly, can I thank the committee for their comprehensive report detailing the step change that they feel is needed in this area. And I would join with David Melding in paying tribute to the committee's chair, Lynn Neagle, for her dedication to these issues, not just in this report, but over her time here as an Assembly member. Could I also join her in thanking those that gave personal testimony to the committee? That's never an easy thing to do. And also to thank David and Lee, who today have spoken of their own personal experiences in this regard. It reminds us that nobody is immune from issues of mental ill health. Emotional and mental health support for young people is a matter that cuts across portfolios, and an area where only effective cross-government and multi-agency working will affect the preventative and interventionist action that we need to take to make a change. And it's critical that we get this right. And I say that, Deputy Presiding Officer, not just as a Cabinet Secretary, but as a mother of teenage girls. Improving mental health and well-being is a Welsh Government priority. And although the report acknowledges that there have been improvements in services, particularly at the specialist end of provision with mental health, it highlights the area where we can and we must do better for our young people. Overall, I believe the committee and the Welsh Government share the same ambitions, although we may disagree in some areas about how that is best achieved. But I can promise you this, that both myself and the Cabinet Secretary for Health are committed to working with the committee and its members to make progress on this agenda. We have come a long way, Deputy Presiding Officer, but I would be the first to acknowledge that there is still a very long way to go. And the speech by Leanne Wood and the evidence that she's presented from her own constituency backs that up. Our aim is to effect a cultural shift in Wales to direct focus on the well-being of young people. One of the outcomes of this new focus on well-being should be prevention, so that we move our emphasis from crisis management to the prevention of mental health problems for developing or escalating in the first place. As acknowledged by the Chair, this is the best thing for the individual, so we can limit their pain and distress. But it will also create the space within specialist mental health services to concentrate on those children and young people that, despite help and support, need those services the most. We expect different areas to be able to work together so that we have a whole system approach that truly puts the child or the young person at its heart. And to this end, we need to continue to build and improve those relationships between different services. If I may turn directly to some issues facing education. There is already a lot of work underway in our schools to support this renewed focus on well-being, such as the development of the new curriculum and the health and well-being area of learning and experience, changes to professional learning, and the school's health research network with the new data that they have collected on well-being. Also, before the end of this term, I hope to publish the online safety tool for children to address some of the very relevant points that Jane Bryant referred to in her speech and the effect of social media on the mental health of young people. With regards to the training of staff that was mentioned by Julie Morgan, We are currently reforming the way in which our initial teacher education is delivered in Wales. The reforms require the newly accredited ITE providers, and they were announced on Friday of last week, to design and deliver courses that address health and well-being's area of learning and experience. If they don't do that, they won't be accredited. Now, with regards to that recommendation that has been a lot of focus on today, it is, of course, absolutely duly right to expect that people working in our education profession and in our youth service have been trained in this regard. But the recommendation says that every volunteer working with a child also should be trained. And we need extra time to consider how practically that could be achieved and how we can do it without any unintended consequences of maybe putting people off from volunteering with children. And we will need to consider more carefully how we can work with those that support children in their football club on a Saturday, or their brownies or guides or scouts, or even people like myself and my husband who volunteer with our local Young Farmers Club, how we could make mandatory training work for all those people that give so much to their communities in their spare time and without any charge to the state. We don't want to have any unintended consequences. There is a clear need for teachers to have help and support in responding to children's experiencing difficulties such as anxiety, low mood or self-harm. And I'm very grateful that there's been recognition across the Chamber that this cannot just be the job of teachers alone. We're already asking an awful lot of our education system and our professionals, and I'm very grateful that members have recognised this. So the NHS does have a role in training and consultation across sectors, providing early help in schools by suitably trained staff. And that's why, in September of last year, the Cabinet Secretary for Health and I jointly launched the CAMS School InReach programme, backed with £1.4 million of investment to provide dedicated professional support to schools. Such school-based services have benefits for the school staff and their learners, but also brings benefit to the NHS service by easing pressure on specialist CAMS, by reducing inappropriate referrals and, crucially, building those relationships that we need in between different sectors of the public service. We need... Yes, of course.
Reflecting on the point you made a little earlier ago about the practical implications of one of the recommendations, and David Melding made the point the Permanent Secretary had assured the Public Accounts Committee that the Government would stop this practice of accepting things in principle and be clear when they were rejecting it. I've written to the Permanent Secretary again this morning, asking her to reinforce that ruling in the light of this report. There will be times, of course, when it's not possible to accept it, but do you accept it would be better to be clearer but for the reasons for that, rather than accepting in principle?
Well, what I would say is that I would much rather, as a Cabinet Secretary, be in a position to be able to accept or reject. But sometimes, and I acknowledge the extra time that the committee has given my officials and myself to work on this, we need more time to truly understand what the implications of saying accept is. Because if we say accept, then we mean that has to happen. And sometimes there are complex issues that need to be fully understood and the unintended consequences understood and mitigated against. And therefore, I want to make progress on all of these recommendations where we say we've accepted in principle. And as I said in the beginning of my speech, I give an absolute commitment that myself and the Cabinet Secretary for Health will continue to work with the committee to be able to move those things forward. And indeed, since the time that the Government's report and recommendations and response has been published, ongoing work has happened, and already as a government we've been able to be more positive about responding to this. And if I can make some progress in my speech, Deputy Presiding Officer, I will be able to give the member a very real example of how in the short space of time we have been able to continue that work and being able to respond appropriately. As I said, we need to take a whole school approach, and have already recognised that our education institutions are key sites for both promoting positive mental health and well-being and providing evidence-based prevention and early intervention. In recent years, the Welsh Government has invested significantly to improve CAMS provision across primary and secondary care, with over £8 million of annual dedicated funding, which has enabled the recruitment of new staff, training of existing staff and the establishment of new services. However, the report rightly recognises that there are areas where we need to improve, particularly in the case of primary care. We have commissioned the NHS Delivery Unit to review activity and relationships with other CAMs so we can address provision challenges. Since responding to the committee, the Health Secretary and I have continued our discussions about how we can continue to move the agenda forward. We will therefore be accepting point 4 of the committee's key recommendation on reviewing the progress made in prioritising the emotional and mental health and well-being and resilience of our children. We will prioritise and strengthen arrangements to drive this agenda, working both strategically across the education and health departments to deliver sustainable approaches to mental well-being. With regards to evaluating our progress, we will work with the committee to ensure that we are setting the right parameters for that work. Although we have some concerns about what is the optimum time to continue to review, we will engage with the committee and report on progress at a time that we are able to agree with the committee chair. I am sure that other Assembly members, as has been demonstrated across the chamber this afternoon, will also be interested in this, despite not being members of that committee, and we will bring forward proposals as our thinking develops. We have also had further discussions around recommendation 12.2 regarding distress. This has been mentioned several times this afternoon. Specialist CAMs provide support for young people with more complex mental health issues and, as such, will always need to respond to the clinical needs of the individual. However, distress is considered as one of a number of factors to determine the most appropriate services to meet a person's needs, both for those that are referred to CAMs and for those who do not meet the referral threshold. So therefore, we will be engaging with the Aneurin and Bevan University Health Board to monitor the delivery of their services in Gwent, which are exceptional and doing very well, and how we can learn from their experiences in the Gwent project to improve services across the length and breadth of our nation.
Could I ask you to
Of course, apologies, Deputy Presiding Officer. Therefore, can I finally thank the committee and the Chair again for their extensive engagement and their raising awareness of these issues. I also welcome the Health Committee's current work that they're currently doing on suicide prevention, which is an important element to sit alongside this work. Deputy Presiding Officer, we can't allow any child or young person to feel that they have no one to turn to, and I will, with the Cabinet colleagues, work with the committee to secure the emotional and mental health support provision that we know we all need, and we all need to deliver soon.
Thank you. Can I now call on Lynn Nichol to reply to the debate?
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I've got 3 minutes and 30 seconds to reply, which does rather limit what I can do. So I hope members will forgive me if I don't respond to each individual contribution, but I would like to assure you that we will go through the record and make sure that everybody gets a response to this really important debate. I would like to thank everybody who's spoken across parties, and it is just so heartening to hear the massive support that there is in this place for the step change that we know that the committee knows is needed. I particularly, although I said I wasn't going to respond to individual contributions, I would just like to thank David and Lee for sharing their personal experiences, which is not just courageous, but helps everybody else realise that it's okay to talk about these things. So thank you to both of you. I should thank as well our brilliant clerk and our fantastic research team. We are really lucky as a committee to have such a brilliant team supporting us. To thank the members of the committee who have worked really hard on this important inquiry, and to thank again the stakeholders who have come to us so willingly and shared their experiences in such a powerful way. I think the committees are one of the huge strengths of this Assembly, and we should be we're privileged and should be grateful that people come to us to share their views in that way. Nobody has a monopoly on good ideas, and I hope that is something that the Welsh Government will take into account. I'd like to thank the Cabinet Secretary for her response, to thank her for her engagement with me, as usual. Even where we haven't agreed, there has been a willingness to engage, and I know that she personally is very committed to tackling these issues. I hope that the Government will reflect on the response, because even in the Cabinet Secretary's comments there, it highlights some of the anomalies, really. I am disappointed that the Welsh Government has got so hung up on the issue of everybody, or people working with children, having some basic mental health awareness training, because I don't think that is too ambitious. There are loads of models out there. You only have to look at Dementia Friends, 45 minutes, to give you a really good understanding. The Health Committee has heard about 20 minutes suicide prevention training. There are models out there, and I don't think it should be too much of an aspiration for us to try and do this for our children and young people. I'm pleased with the movement that there's been. There needs to be much, much more. And what I would say is, the movement on the missing middle recommendation just is a very powerful example, really, of how I don't think this response has been properly considered. Because if people had read the narrative, understood the narrative, and realised that this is happening in Gwent anyway, then there should have been no need for that rejection. So it doesn't tell a good story about joined-up government on such an important issue. Can I just conclude then by thanking again the young people, and giving them, the young people that are here for this debate, but also all the young people who have engaged with the inquiry and who I know this is so important to you, to assure them that we have heard your voices, and we as a committee will continue to do everything that we can with the maximum urgency to get that step change that we need. This is about more than talking about early intervention. It's about more than claiming mental health is on a parity with physical health. This is about delivering this for our children and young people. If we get that right, not only will we improve the quality of their lives, but I believe we will save lives. Thank you.
Thank you. The proposal is to note the committee's report. Does any member object? No, therefore the motion is agreed in accordance with Standing Order 12.36. Item 6 on the agenda is the member debate under Standing Order 11.21, Carillion and Capita, and I call on Lee Watters to move the motion. Lee.
Diolch, Dr Llywydd. I wanted to bring to the attention of the Assembly these two reports published in quick succession at a juncture where I believe Wales has some critical choices to make. The first, published jointly by the House of Commons Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy and the Work and Pensions Committee on the 6th of May of this year, opens with this stark paragraph. Carillion's rise and spectacular fall was a story of recklessness, hubris and greed. Its business model was a relentless dash for cash, driven by acquisitions, rising debt, expansion into new markets and exploitation of suppliers. It presented accounts that misrepresented the reality of the business and increased its dividend year on year, come what may. Long-term obligations, such as adequately funding its pension schemes, were treated with contempt. Even as the company very publicly began to unravel, the board was concerned with increasing and protecting generous executive bonuses. Carillion was unsustainable. The mystery is not that it collapsed, but that it lasted so long. Published the very next day to this Carillion inquiry, the second report I've sought to bring to the Assembly's attention is by the National Audit Office and chronicles a complete failure of understanding, both by NHS England and Capita, of the services they were attempting to transform. In one of its starkest conclusions, the report states that this botched delivery of back-office NHS functions, lives could have been put at risk, and was lucky that it didn't. In Wales, we've proactively staved off deep private sector involvement in our public services, but we've been pragmatic. After all, we're not hostile to the private sector. There's much that public services can learn from their drive and innovation. But we are clear. Public services are there to serve the public and not shareholders. These values are central to why they were created and what they seek to achieve. Devolution has been referred to as a policy laboratory, allowing different parts of the UK to pursue different policy directions and to learn from each other. In that spirit, today's motion calls upon the Welsh Government to publish an analysis of the lessons for Wales from these two reports. Starting first with the Carillion report, what struck me wasn't just the rotten corporate culture, but the utter failure of both internal and external checks and balances supposedly designed to prevent malpractice of this magnitude. From KPMG, Deloitte, Ernst & Young, 3 of the 4 big accountancy firms who together monopolised the audit market, each of whom were paid lucrative fees, in the phrase of the report, in return for their badges of credibility, to the individual actions of the Chair, the Finance Director, the Chief Executive and the Pensions Regulator and Financial Reporting Council. As the report itself says, Carillion became a giant and unsustainable corporate time bomb in a regulatory and legal environment still in existence today. We must proactively address an environment in which firms like Carillion and Capita have been able to proliferate. Likewise, the report on the delivery of primary care support services by Capita marks out the recklessness of a cost-driven rather than outcome-driven centralisation of services. Services which were outsourced before any of their complexities were fully understood. Clearly, in a bid to save money, the NHS in England jumped too soon into a delivery model that was inherently unsuitable, and then put the operation into the hands of a private contractor. Now, when it comes to something as important as health, the consequences could have been dire. Fortunately, in this case, the worst possible fallout appears to be avoided, but the residual ramifications are still being mopped up. We need to be wise to both of these issues. How acute pressures of budgets that may mean decisions are made in haste and without clear forethought, and the need to address the inadequacy of our procurement system that has allowed these monolithic companies to dominate. And we must do these as we navigate through some of the biggest challenges of our generation: Brexit and automation. I've spoken on a number of occasions of the financial pressures Council face and the lure this will present to private sector firms, all too quick to offer ways of automating jobs and services in order to free up services, without understanding the complex nature of the services provided and with scant consideration of the consequences if things go wrong. We can already see that happening in some parts of Wales. Capita, for example, already delivers contact centre and control room operations for South Wales Police, employing automated services ostensibly to, I quote, help speed up the decision-making process for call handlers and therefore improve overall response times to incidents. I can't help but think this is PR speak for cost cuts. If we continue to allow automation to be driven by private sector profits, there's only one possible end in sight. If we allow this approach to take hold, all talk of automation will be seen by the workforce as being driven by cuts, and it needn't be. If we harness automation, we can use new labour-saving devices to free up staff to work on the front line, to improve public services. That's the debate we need to have. And government needs to mobilise right across its whole breadth to face up to how we can use these new technologies to help us at problems that we know we have to tackle. The second lesson from these reports we must speak of is that while we haven't let Carillion and Capita hoover up public service delivery contracts to the same extent as England, we are all well aware that our procurement processes need transformation. The drive to reduce administrative costs, coupled with a shortage of procurement skills, has limited Welsh local government ability to restructure procurement practice and has led to the domination of large-scale privatised companies. However, transforming procurement strategy will require public institutions to shift away from the conventional transactional approach towards capacity building. They'll need to become partners in procurement practice, not just one-off purchasers of goods and services. Participants on both sides of this new style of contracting will require significant support. Action to bolster the foundational economy and efforts to use procurement policy to support local producers will help redress this domination. The recently published economic strategy is disappointing in this regard. Although the economic impact of Brexit is likely to be profound, and this mustn't be underestimated, it could end our obligations to follow EU procurement rules, depending on the terms of future trade deals. This could present the ideal opportunity to fashion our own rulebook on the public purchase of goods and services that will allow us to break up impenetrably large contracts and better support local firms. Because these reports are clear warnings of the dangers of relying on too big to fail corporate monoliths that put profit before public interest, devolution does allow us to learn the lessons from each other. So let us learn that. Diolch.
Thank you. Di Lloyd.
Diolch yn fawr, Deborah Lywydd, and can I commend Lee Waters' opening salvo in this debate, and also commend him for being the prime mover in bringing this debate before us. I was going to concentrate on the performance, or otherwise, of Capita when it comes to that report from the National Audit Office in England about outsourcing of the primary care support services, or NHS Shared Services Partnerships, as we call them here in Wales. Now then, general practice is an amazingly complex entity that is difficult for anyone who is not a GP to understand what's going on, and it's difficult for GPs to explain to anyone else how it works. So here goes. But that was one of the problems with the Capita contract, was that they failed to understand the complexity of the whole issue, because GPs, by and large, are independent contractors who are basically contracted only with the NHS. So GP practices, put simply, are paid by the NHS according to the number of patients they have and basically what they tend to do to these patients, what services they provide for them, how many are immunised and stuff. They're agreed by various complicated quality outcome frameworks, QOF guidelines, providing services as regards chronic cancer, diabetes, heart disease. All that sort of service provision is counted minutely, patient by patient, totted up. It's amazingly complex, and it goes back to the local primary care support, or the NHS Shared Services Partnership, who deal with that contractual obligation. So they then give the individual general practice a fairly large dollop of money. From that money that arises in the practice, the independent contracted GPs then employ a practice manager to run the practice. They employ receptionists. They employ other salaried GPs and practice nurses, and after all that employment, then split the remainder as the so-called net salary for each GP practice principal. It is amazingly complex, and that is all handled by the primary care support services, dealing directly with individual practices. There are hundreds of GPs. All our patients are individually monitored. Individual patient registrations leaving and going. It is amazingly complex, but it doesn't stop with just GP practices. They perform the same detailed analysis for pharmacists, for opticians, and for dentists. So the business support, if you like, for primary care practice is amazingly complex. It has evolved over generations, and the people in shared services partnerships, the business support of primary care in Wales, are amazingly experienced, have usually been there an awfully long time, and they know the businesses inside out. That's general practice, that's pharmacy, that's optometry and dentists. They all have their individual complexities. You cannot just package it together into a little package that's nice and simple to be outsourced and joined together with other similar practices, because all GP practices, all pharmacists, they're individual entities with different people, different needs. So it's amazingly complicated. Every practice is different. And decades of experience then are swept away then when in England it was decided to outsource that sort of business support element. Outsourced to Capita, and as we've heard from Lee Waters, with predictable, disastrous results. And quoting from the reports now, a long way below an acceptable standard. Because if a little bit of detail goes wrong, it upsets the smooth running of many practices, or it can totally undermine for a couple of days the running of that individual practice just by something going wrong. And as the report says, both parties, NHS England and Capita, misjudged the scale and the nature of the risk in outsourcing primary care support services. Yes, they did, as does everybody who doesn't understand the immense complexity that is primary care in the United Kingdom. So I say, keep the NHS in all its forms, public. Private outsourcing of a complex public service only ends in tears. Support the motion.
Jenny Rathburn.
Thank you very much. I hadn't intended to speak about Capita, but the mere mention of the name reminds me of the meeting that Jane Hutt and I had this morning with victims of mainly vaginal mesh implants, who, unprompted, were absolutely apoplectic about Capita's role on behalf of DWP in assessing these people as to whether or not they were still eligible for attendance allowances, as well as other disability benefits. And Capita's refusal to allow people to have the dignity of an assessment at their home. These are people who are suffering from incontinence, and many of them walk with crutches because they have additional problems with their backs and their mobility. And because they then struggled into a meeting in Cardiff City Centre with Capita, they were then deemed not eligible for mobility allowances. Incredible. This is absolutely out with the public service ethos that we have here in Wales. Anyway, my main remarks I wanted to make about who audits the auditors, because it is rarely asked, and in the context of Carillion, it needs to be asked. Because it is, the good audits are the bedrock of fair and transparent financial markets and good business decisions. And this system of auditing public spending dates back more than a century. Why should we have to read between the lines to work out what auditors are really thinking? They have developed this code for enabling the people on the inside, in the know, to realise that there may be something dodgy going on, but not for the ordinary potential investor, and this is completely unacceptable. We have to make auditors more accountable for their actions because of the spectacular failure of Carillion, where, frankly, their published works turned out to be works of fiction. Extraordinarily, KPMG tried to argue that its independence was not impaired by 19 years of auditing Carillion. I think that that is beyond credibility and needs to change. One of the immediate sources of conflicts of interest are that auditors are paid by the company that they are auditing, the people they are meant to be policing. That in itself is a potential conflict of interest. The Work and Pensions and Business committees in the House of Commons joint inquiry into Carillion recommends that the government refers the audit market to the Competitions and Markets Authority, because the Big Four are effectively operating a cosy cartel where their audit work takes second stage to their much more lucrative business of advising companies. And as we have seen with Carillion, they in many ways are directly in conflict, these two activities. So we either have to break up the Big Four into more audit firms, or we have to detach the audit arms from those lucrative consultancy services which have come to dominate these accountancy firms, into which all the Big Four have branched out in recent years. Non-audit work now makes up 4 in every £5 worth of fee income garnered by the Big Four. So you can see that there's already a total imbalance. And this will, I hope, find favour in view of the lack of competition in the market, particularly for the big companies. Of the top 350 companies in Britain, 97% are audited by the Big Four. And the situation is getting worse because the fifth largest company, Grant Thornton, has said they're no longer going to tender for audits for the FTSE 100 companies because the cost of bidding for work they were unlikely to get was just too great. Now, the Competition Commission, which preceded the CMA, did investigate the lack of competition in audit between 2011 and 2013, but ruled out breaking up the Big Four. And one of the reasons they gave was that because auditors carry unlimited liability for their recommendations, they therefore need to be big. But the fees available are unlikely to be worth enough to make small audit firms want to take on the risk of a large audit account. So we have seen in the past that being large does not make organisations immune to collapse. Remember that they did in fact used to be the Big Five, and Arthur Andersen collapsed because of their failure to properly audit Enron. I think that there are huge dangers for the Welsh Government in doing nothing, because let us recall that Abellio was one of the approved shortlisted companies that could have been awarded the contract to run the Wales and the Borders franchise had the Carillion collapse not occurred earlier and taking them out of the market. I think in general terms...
Winding up, please.
Yeah, I'll wind up to say that I think this, in conjunction with the failure to control the obscenely high salaries of the very large companies, undermine the whole process of large companies' business, and it now needs reforming substantially.
Thank you. Neil Hamilton.
Dr. Prillo. Well, I commend Lee Waters for bringing this motion before the Assembly this afternoon and for the succinctness and accuracy of his speech and its diagnosis. I agreed with everything that he said. This is a grotesque case. Carillion is what I want to concentrate on in particular. This is a company that, on its collapse, has left £7 billion in liabilities, 2 billion of that to suppliers and 2.5 billion to the pension fund. I think it's important to recognise that this case is an example of failure at all levels. First and most obviously, of course, failure of management of those who had responsibility for running the company. As the report of the Business Committee in the House of Commons makes clear, non-executive directors failed to scrutinise the accounts, failed to challenge the corporate executives, utterly failed in all their duties. The top corporate executives, of course, utterly failed to manage the company with any degree of competence and possibly honesty. That remains yet to be investigated. It's also a failure of government. The government has something called the Crown Commercial Services, which is part of the Cabinet Office, which is charged specifically with looking at major suppliers to government like Carillion, where collapse might pose a systemic risk. It's not clear why nothing was done by that organisation in this particular instance to try to stave off the possibility of disaster. And only after the last profits warning, a £1.34 billion contract in relation to HS2 was granted by the government to Carillion. So, a lot was wrong at the governmental level as well. The problem with the government sanitising by granting such contracts to companies like Carillion in the circumstances in which its collapse occurred is that smaller suppliers who don't have the means to do proper due diligence on companies they are intending to contract with take that as a kind of by appointment sign, and therefore the government is, in effect, impliedly encouraging people to do business with it, in spite of their own failure to do the due diligence which others can't afford to do. It is, thirdly, of course, a failure on the part of the regulators. This isn't new. The banking crisis occurred, which was a much, much more systemic problem than the failure of this one company, in spite of the failure of the Bank of England, the failure of the Majesty's Treasury, and anybody else who was responsible for regulating the system. And the idea that third-rate regulators will be successful in controlling second-rate bankers or businessmen is, of course, a fantasy. The whole PFI racket, which was developed under the Blair administration substantially, is another example in point of people who simply don't understand what they're doing in letting contracts, which are so complex, very often so big, as Di Lloyd pointed out a moment ago, very well. And therefore, the failure is on both sides. And I certainly totally approve of and agree with what Jenny Rathbone has just said about the audit racket, where 4 large firms now effectively control the whole business for big companies like Carillion. This is not a new problem either. When I was the Corporate Affairs Minister a quarter of a century ago, there was Terry Smith, who subsequently has become celebrated as a highly successful private sector fund manager and has been described as English Warren Buffett, wrote a book called Accounting for Growth. Which was a pun, because at the time many companies were reporting large profitability, but actually had very, very poor cash flow. The result was massive bankruptcies, like Polypec and British and Commonwealth, both of which cases I had to deal with when I was Corporate Affairs Minister. So these problems are of long standing, go back a long way. Carillion increased its size rapidly through a spending spree through debt, as is referred to on page 14 of the Business Committee's report. But the largest item on the company's balance sheet was goodwill, which is, of course, in effect, how much they've overpaid for the assets of companies that they purchased. The goodwill amounted to 1.57 billion. The actual equity in the company was only 700 million. So the goodwill was twice the size of the actual cash in the business, which had been invested by shareholders. So clearly, that fundamental point ought to have raised alarm bells right from the start. I mean, the big problem that we face here is that governments have marketised services, but they haven't actually created markets. Most privatised utilities have become regional monopolies or oligopolies. A genuine market, of course, has customers spending their own money from a choice of providers, like when we go to the supermarket and choose what we want to buy. A company similarly would choose its suppliers of goods, money is paid, profit is made. But what happens in marketised public services is different. This is the last point that I shall make. A charity or a company is often selected from a limited sphere of options, as in the case here with Carillion provides it, and taxpayers' money is handed over. The private sector providers make a profit from it, but throughout the taxpayer is on the hook. If something goes wrong, the taxpayer pays. These are fake markets. Then they proliferate in Britain's social state. There is no genuine market mechanism here, and market sectors spring up purely to suck at the government teat. And very often these providers demand assurances from the government that there will be more contracts to come, otherwise it's not worth their while even to bid in the first place. So there's a systemic failure here that needs to be addressed at all levels, both at the corporate level, at the regulatory level, both in the public sector and in the private sector. So I think this is a very timely debate, and I hope that lessons will be learned from it.
Thank you. Mick Anthony.
The Carillion debacle is the most recent example of the failure of market forces and of the policy of privatisation which fuelled the unbridled growth of companies like Carillion. And the reports of the National Audit Office and the House of Commons Joint Select Committee should be seen as more than an analysis of the failure of one company, but an expose of the economic and political corruption at the heart of the so-called free market economy. For this reason, the debate is timely and of direct relevance to this Assembly if we are to plough a different economic and social pathway, one which promotes the policy of social partnership, recognises the importance of the public sector, and one which recognises the fundamental role of government in the provision and promotion of social responsibility, ethical employment and social equality. The 2017 Conservative Manifesto declared, "We do not believe in untrammelled free markets. We reject the cult of selfish individualism. We abhor social division, injustice, unfairness and inequality. We see rigid dogma and ideology not just as needless but dangerous." And just like the Tory manifesto commitment to railway electrification, just like the Tory commitment to the tidal lagoon, this is just another broken promise. It is just another election deceit and another election fraud. In his book, The Corruption of Capitalism, Guy Standing explains how global capitalism has become a system rigged in favour of a plutocracy, an elite that enriches itself not through the production of goods and services, but through the ownership of assets, including intellectual property, aided by subsidies, tax breaks, debt mechanisms, and revolving doors between politics and business, and the privatisation of public services. Meanwhile, we see all around us wages stagnate as labour markets are transformed by outsourcing, automation and the on-demand economy. And the Carillion story is part of that ongoing story. A company living off public procurement and privatisation on an ever-downward spiral of delivery, standards and ethics under a government which has sold its soul to the private market. We see the classic signs of this with the Tories' knee-jerk obsession with the privatisation of the failing rail franchises. We see it here with the Tories in Wales in their obsession with calls for the reprivatisation of Cardiff Airport, which failed under the privatisation. As Carillion began to flounder, the directors to continue to increase dividends and executive bonuses, treating the pension fund with contempt. And the report, as has been said, is damning. The consequences are clear. The taxpayer being left to foot so much of the bill for the Carillion clean-up operation. The failure of the regulatory system compounded by what appears to be the complicity of regulators, accountants, government, lawyers and directors, ultimately at the expense of everyone else. And the various auditors creamed off £72 million. The UK government failed to back a plan that could have recovered £364 million from Carillion. The pension fund was starved and left with a pension liability of around £2.6 billion. Thousands of workers were not paid, and small companies and suppliers were left with a bill of around £2 billion, and 27,000 pensioners now live on reduced pensions. Cabinet Secretary, my reason for endorsing this motion is not just to expose Carillion and companies of a similar ilk, but to expose the very system that has created monsters like Carillion and allowed them to flourish. As well as calling on the Welsh Government to publish analysis on the lessons for Wales, we must look to a different way of doing business. One which recognises the importance of the public sector, recognises the advantages in certain sectors of public ownership and cooperation, recognising that our economic policy and our £5 billion or so procurement should be based on ethical standards of business, ethical standards of employment, fair work, an end to the culture of minimum wage, an end to the culture of enforced self-employment and 0 hours, and a recognition of the important role of trade unionism in achieving these objectives, and an overriding operating framework of social justice, equality and prosperity for all. In this new global economic system we are embracing, a system of hyper-technology, automation and artificial intelligence, we must ensure that we learn the lessons from the past, that a system that is based on the philosophy of greed and exploitation is doomed to failure. We must show that in Wales we can do things differently, that we can do things better for business, for workers and for our communities.
I call the Cabinet Secretary for Finance, Mark Drakeford.
Thank you very much, Deputy. Can I thank all those members who have brought forward this genuinely interesting debate this afternoon. We concentrate here quite rightly on reports produced by our own Assembly committees or by the Welsh Government. Sometimes, however, the issue at stake is so relevant to us that it is worthwhile debating reports prepared for others. Both Carillion and Capita have had a presence here in Wales. The accounts we've heard across the debate can leave no doubt that we should attend carefully to the lessons learnt from experiences elsewhere. Deputy Lywydd, I'll have less to say on Capita because the lessons to be drawn from that report have been very well explored here, particularly by Dr Di Lloyd, who covered much of the ground I would have covered myself. I think we should say in general that the report teaches us to beware of the headlong pursuit of unrealisable savings, and that the promises by those whose thirst for business outstrips their appetite for the truth should always be looked at very carefully. Here was a company which, when it took over the contracts of real clinical sensitivity, had neither the staff, nor the knowledge, nor the basic systems in place to discharge their new obligations. Here was a government that appeared to believe that outsourcing a service was also to absolve itself of its responsibilities to service users and citizens. Lee Waters suggested that it does not have to be that way, but Capita is a cautionary tale, showing us how badly things can go wrong. Of course.
Thank you very much indeed. Of course, I have lots of casework related to cross-party group work and local work where people who should have had their personal dependence payment full rate haven't got it. But we know that it appealed to the DWP, somewhere between 60 and 80% successful, particularly those on the autism spectrum, those with sensory loss issues. The problem is a failure to understand and accept these conditions, but we also encounter the same problem with many public sector bodies, local authorities and health bodies. So is it not the case that that's that lack of understanding we have to address so that people in all sectors have the rights they have respected and the needs met accordingly?
I began by beginning with a point that the member making it echoed what Jenny Rathbone had said earlier, that Capita is an outsourcing company that has very significant responsibilities in many areas of UK government responsibilities, and it is not equipped to discharge those responsibilities. Where I disagree with Mark Isherwood is this, that when public service organisations get things wrong, and of course they do, then those organisations are accountable for what they do, and voters are able to change the way that those services are provided. They have a choice at the ballot box, whoever was able to vote to get rid of Capita. That surely is the fundamental difference.
I'm very grateful for you taking the intervention, but what happens when there's a failure in public services? We can't vote out the management of the Betsy Cadwallader Health Board, for example. So if you accept that that's a principle that you want to employ in relation to private businesses that engage with the public sector, what about public sector organisations that engage with governments too?
Well, so people vote for the individuals who are responsible here for the health service here in Wales. People are able to make different decisions if they don't think that that is being done successfully. Whenever did Capita put itself up for election? Whenever were people in North Wales affected by the problems that Mark Isherwood pointed out, able to go to the ballot box to get rid of that company? That's the essential difference. That's why the comparison between private companies and public services is not a fair or relevant one. I followed much of what Neil Hamilton said. His analysis, I thought, pointed to some very important issues. I draw a very different conclusion that he does from that analysis. He says that the problem with Capita and Carillion is that what we really need are more and better markets. My conclusion is much closer to Mick Antidew's, that what Carillion and Capita demonstrate is the failure of the market model when it comes to delivering public services. They simply do not operate, and neither do those people who use them operate in that economy-driven way. I want to concentrate mostly, if I can, on Carillion, a behemoth, a supercharged company which aggressively chased complex government and public sector contracts, always looking for the next deal to cover the costs of the last. It was propped up by a government which continued to award it multi-million-pound contracts well after the writing was on the wall, causing the supply chain damage which others have pointed to this afternoon. And when the House of Cards finally fell, the Carillion collapse has left in its wake a depressingly familiar tale of untouchable directors, a devastated workforce, lost pensions and business failures by others who had depended upon Carillion for their livelihood. Dipolywyd, I'm going to rattle in less than 30 seconds each through 10 lessons which I think are there to be drawn from this experience, as the motion suggests. First of all, that while there are real personal failures vividly set out by Lee Waters, the real lessons of the reports are of institutional failure. Failure by the company, failure by the many different regulatory regimes designed to prevent those failures from happening in the first instance. It's in looking at those institutional failures that we draw the real lessons. And the second lesson from that is that in terms of corporate governance, we need to reform directors' duties to make promoting the long-term success of the company the primary duty of those directors, not pursuing the short-term interests of only one group of relevance to that company, shareholders. The pursuit of shareholder value has surely been one of the most inhibiting factors in the way that British companies have been run over the last decade and more. It's for that reason that the TUC and my party argue that worker directors should be placed on the board of companies with more than 250 workers in order to demonstrate that there is more than one interest at stake in the way that those companies are operated. And in the fourth lesson, we say that investors' corporate governance rights should be subject to a minimum period of share ownership of at least 2 years. Otherwise, we are exposed to the sort of activity that we saw when GKN was taken over by a hostile bid from Melrose, a short-term asset stripper, where the people who voted to take GKN into that ownership were short-term shareholders piling in at the last minute, buying shares and voting for the takeover in the hope of speculative gains and lining their pockets from the profits of the deal. There's been a curious silence from the Conservative benches during this debate, Llywydd, but let me quote one of their number at Westminster, Robert Halfon, when he described it as robber baron capitalism at its worst, and we can do better than that. My fifth lesson is in the audit, accounting and reporting regimes, which Jenny Rathbone particularly highlighted. Audit companies should not be permitted to engage in contracts for other business services with their clients. It puts them in an entirely false position. Every one of the Big Four auditing companies worked for Carillion in some capacity at some point. And as the Financial Times says, the system where we have too few companies to fail is simply not one that benefits the public. Sixth and seventh lessons are to do with transparency and accountability. We believe that all providers of public services within the public voluntary of all providers of public services should be obliged to provide details of supply chains, company ownership and governance structures in order that the public can have an insight into what goes on. We believe, seventhly, as Lee Water said, that procurement approaches need to be informed by value, not simply price. In an eighth lesson, we need to rethink company law to address the limited liability which is provided to directors of limited companies. The Guardian has argued that just signalling such a step would send a shiver through boardrooms, and a healthy and purposeful shiver too. Limited liability is supposed to encourage entrepreneurship. In Carillion's case, it seems instead to have created moral hazard. It invited directors to act recklessly because they were able to avoid any personal consequences of their actions. On to the final two lessons, and very briefly, Llywydd. First of all, we need to deal with that fundamental difficulty that is caused when governments outsource work only because it moves debt off the government balance sheet. It is a cosmetic effort solely, and it really should be eliminated by changing government contract accounting. And finally, and most of all, Dipri Llywydd, the lesson that I think we draw from these experiences is the one that Lee Waters started with. The public services should be designed, funded, run and evaluated by the public sector with democratic participation so that it is the public interest and not the pursuit of private profit which is at the heart of the way that our public services are run.
Thank you very much. I call on Mike Hedges to reply to the debate.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Very pleased to reply to the debate, and I'd like to thank everyone who has taken part in it. I think that one of the weaknesses of the Assembly, one of the criticisms we've had, is we tend to be very inward-looking and not prepared to learn from outside. I think this is an example of where we are looking at what's happened, what's gone wrong outside, and learning the lessons from it. And I think that really is important, because if we don't learn the lessons from what happens, not just over the border, but throughout Europe as well on some of these things, then we can end up repeating the mistakes. Lee Waters, I'm very pleased that he brought the report to the House of Commons on Carillion and Capita to the attention of the Assembly. I doubt if many people would have read it if he hadn't brought it to the attention of the Assembly. I think that in itself is very helpful. And we need to learn lessons. I mean, we've seen two very large companies having problems, but why? Carillion seemed to engage in this dash for cash, as it was described by Lee Waters, and it was unsustainable. It had to be unsustainable when you were chasing after the next contract to pay for the current one. Capita, well, I can come back to what Di Lloyd said earlier, but I think that Lee Waters summed up with a lack of understanding, botched delivery. I mean, we have to learn the lessons from the report. Procurement is not just about putting out a contract, getting the lowest price coming in, and then letting them have it and hope it works. Because a lot of the time, it doesn't. And I think that very large contracts, you end up being sucked into paying more and more money as the contract goes on, because you can't get out of it because it's so important. Di Lloyd explained Capita and GP practices and the rest of primary care far better than I could. But I think that one thing he did explain, how amazingly complex it was, and people without experience of the complexity were bidding for contract, winning contract, and then saying, oh dear. I mean, Di Lloyd knows because he was on the council, I think, at the same time as me, or just left it to become here. We had Capgemini coming in, who couldn't even produce a payroll system, as the as other members in here who lived in Swansea or worked for the council at the time can lay out. I mean, it couldn't produce a payroll system for a council despite bidding for it. But we have outsources which are predictable failure. I mean, these things go wrong with a level of regularity that you might think people might have learnt the lessons from. I mean, NHS England and Capita, they misjudged the risk. Sometimes people are bidding for things that they don't quite understand. I remember once seeing in a computer book, it said somebody wanted a swing, and after it had gone through all the different changes of the design process, it ended up with a swing which wouldn't swing, which was fixed, and was unable to be sat on. But it just gone through all the different design procedures, and a lot of this seems to happen with the outsourced contracts. I mean, Jenny Rathbone went through Capita and his role in assessing attendance allowances, and I'm sure there's not a person in here who couldn't go through the problems they've had with Capita and their attendance allowances. But do you know, more importantly, the auditors and auditing. And if it's a problem, there's three major companies. The auditing is only one part of their income. They do lots of best value work and other benefits to the company. And when it becomes that important to you as a company, because the amount of money you're getting from the additional work you're doing, how keen are you on making sure that you pick up all the warts in the auditing system when, if you get sacked as an auditor, then you're in serious problems. I've been a same independent auditor for 19 years. I mean, that is ridiculous. I mean, anybody who's been involved with charitable and voluntary organisations have been told that after having the same auditor, many of the local people they know, for 3 or 5 years, you need to change your auditor. If that's what you tell small organisations dealing with relatively small sums of money, why a public company can have the same auditor for 19 years, you've got to develop a cosy relationship. Neil Hamilton, I mean, who came on with the failure of the Westminster Government, the failure of the regulator, it's basically a systemic failure. I mean, and it takes me back to thinking of PFI. The people who proved PFI was value for money. It took a genius to do that, because you were borrowing money at a higher level. You were paying out money for almost the rest of time. You had contracts which had payments for everything from £30 to change a light bulb right the way through. But somebody do a calculation, and if you didn't come up with the right answer, you were sent back to try again. And I think that too often we answer first, and then we work back to what the question should be. And a lot of that has happened here. I mean, and again, Carillion funding via debt, when the biggest part of your sheet is goodwill, which is twice as much as you've got in cash. And one of the things I did bring in when I was working for the council for some small organisations which were council-run, I asked them, can we have the cash flow? In which case I was told it wasn't really helpful. You don't really want to see that. You want to see the accounts. The accounts give you a true and accurate record. You don't want to see cash flow, because that gives you an inaccurate. It varies. But I said, can I have it for every month for 12 months? Because it's bound to go up and down. It's bound to be right some of the time, and after 12 months, it can't be that much out. Because people put things into stock and they value stock. There's all these little tricks that accountants know in order to make sure that money is not lost. Failure privatisation, McAnthony, absolutely right. Should we be promoting social partnership? It's all about competition, too much about competition between you trying to get the best deal, them trying it. How we're working together. I think Mark Drakeford talked about learning lessons elsewhere. Beware of a pursuit of something that is both unrealistic and unachievable in terms of saving, but somebody tells you they can do it. Capita, the cautionary tale, it was not equipped to achieve what it meant to. Carillion, aggressive, chasing contract. And I was very pleased with the 10 lessons Mark Drakeford put out. I would have thought that they would be a very good a government statement at some time of the lessons that we need, of rules we need, or procurement rules, or lessons we need to, because I think it is important that we get it right. We learn from what's gone wrong. We don't want to repeat it.
Thank you very much. The proposal is to agree the motion. Does any member object? No. Therefore, the motion is agreed in accordance with Standing Order 12.36. Item 7 has been postponed until the 19th of September. We have nothing to vote on this afternoon. Therefore, we move to item 9 on our agenda, which is the short debate. And I call on Claire Griffith.
Wel, diolch yn fawr iawn. Diolch yn fawr iawn, Dir Pwylywydd.
OK, just a minute. If you're going out from the chamber, please do so quickly. And if not, if you're staying in to listen to the short debate, please pay attention. I will call the short debate now. Claire Griffith.
Iawn, diolch yn fawr iawn, Dir Pwylywydd. Mae'n siŵr bod nifer ohono ni wedi bod yn gwylio cwpan y byd dros yr wythnosau diwetha. Yn wir, mae wedi bod yn amosib o sgoi'r peth yn 4 awr ar 20 diwetha, ond dwi'n cyfeirio at hynny oherwydd mi ges i'r profiad o ddarllen erthigl yn ddiweddar ynglyn â'r clodi dybryd. Roedd un o chwaraewyr mwy amlwg y gystadleuaeth honno wedi brofi yn blentyn. A dim ond wedi sylwi pa mor dlawd oedd y teulu. Oedd e'n cael ei ginio bob dydd, oedd e'n cael llaeth a bara. Ac mi ddaliodd o'i fam rhyw ddwrnod yn rhoi dŵr ar ben y llaeth, a sylweddoli o'r eiliad honno ymlaen, ac yn dal yn blentyn bach pa mor wirioneddol dlawd oedd y teulu. Nawr, y chwaraewr hwnnw yw Romelu Lukaku, ymosodwr Belg, un o chwaraewyr mwy amryddawn y byd erbyn hyn, un o ser mwyaf y gamp. Ac mae wedi sgwennu am ei brofiadau o dlodi plant. Ac o'n i'n meddwl bod hynny'n drawiadol iawn, ac wrth gwrs yn atgoffa ni bod na filoedd o blant yng Nghymru heddiw yn byw mewn clodi, a rhai ohonyn nhw, dwi'n siŵr, yn byw yn yr un math o dlodi a brofodd pan oedd yn blentyn. Ac mae yn destun pryder i ni gyd. Dwi'n gwybod bod ni'n gorfod dod fan hyn i drafod y pwnc yma pan mae yn codi fan hyn yn y siambr, ond wrth gwrs allwn ni ddim osgoi y reality bod yn agos i dreian o blant Cymru yn byw mewn clodi incwm cymharol. Ac mae'n rhaid i ni felly gymryd y mater yma yn gwbl o ddifri a gwneud mwy i fynd i'r afel a'r broblem. Nawr, fydd nifer ohonoch chi'n cofio nôl yn 2005 fe gyhoeddodd y Llywodraeth bryd hynny strategaeth dyfodol teg i'n plant, gyda'r bwriad o haneri ac yna cael gwared ar dlodi plant yn llwyr. Yna 2006, mi gyhoeddodd y Llywodraeth y papur cael gwared ar dlodi plant mesur llwyddiannau. Oedd yn gosod cerrig milltir ac yn amlinellu'n glir pa gamer o'n nhw am eu cymryd i gyrraedd y targed hwnnw. Yn 2006 hefyd, mi gafwyd y cynllun gweithredu tlodi plant. Ac eto yn yr un flwyddyn, fe wnaeth Llywodraeth Cymru ymrwymo i gael gwared ar dlodi plant erbyn 2020. A bryd hynny, roedd 27% o blant Cymru yn byw mewn tlodi. Gweitha hyn, wrth gwrs, mae'r ffigurau'n dangos 12 mlynedd yn ddiweddarach fod yna ganran uwch o blant Cymru erbyn hyn, 28% yn byw mewn tlodi incwm cymharol ac yn wir. Mis Rhagfyr diwetha, fe wnaeth ysgrifennu'r Cabinet ar y pryd ddatganiad fod y Llywodraeth am gael gwared ar ei uchelgais o ddileu tlodi plant erbyn 2020. Wel, pa fath o neges mae hynny yn ei roi ynghylch blaenoriaethau gwedwch. Nawr, yng ngobaith i felly yn y ddadl yma heddi yw i danlinellu difrifolwch y sefyllfa yma wrth gwrs, ond hefyd yr angen i'r Llywodraeth i edrych eto ar ei approach i daclo tlodi plant, a'r angen i wneud mwy i fynd i'r afel a'r felltith yma. Yn wir, mae adroddiadau annibynnol yn amcangyfri erbyn hyn y gall fod hyd at 250,000 o blant yn byw mewn tlodi yma yng Nghymru erbyn 2021, ac mi fydde hynny yn cynrychioli cynnydd o 100,000 o'i gymharu â lleini ar hyn o bryd. Ac i ni'n gwybod fod plant yn fwy tebygol o fod mewn tlodi cymharol o'i gymharu ag unrhyw grŵp arall. Enghraifft oedolion mewn gwaith, neu oedolion oed gwaith, yn ei ddweud, neu bensiynwyr. Ac o blith y plant hynny, mae plant sy'n byw mewn teuluoedd gyda rhieni sengl, neu sy'n byw mewn aelwydydd di-waith, neu sy'n byw ar aelwydydd sy'n cynnwys person anabl hyd yn oed yn fwy tebygol eto o ffindio'i hunain yn byw mewn tlodi. Ac mae rhai rhannau o Gymru, wrth gwrs, yn dioddau lefelau tlodi plant ddylen cywilyddion i gyd, enghraifft yn ôl ymchwil ymgyrch rhoi diwedd ar dlodi plant, mae dros hanner plant Gorllewin yr Rhyl, enghraifft, yn byw mewn tlodi. Nawr, fel dwedodd Sean O'Neill, cyfarwyddwr polisi plant yng Nghymru yn gynharach eleni, a na i ddyfynnu'r hyn dwedodd, children in low-income families in Wales are facing considerable pressures and are growing in number. Figures again show that child poverty is prevalent in all parts of Wales, with an increasing number of families struggling just to get by. The impact of changes introduced by the UK Government's programme of welfare reform at a time of rising everyday costs is hitting many families hard. Governments at all levels must ensure that urgent action is taken to prevent and protect families already struggling to provide for their children. Now, as we know, Children in Wales aims to contribute to policy making that reduces levels of child poverty and mitigates the impact on children, young people and their families, and that includes coordinating the End Child Poverty Network Cymru. And we see annual surveys being conducted which look at how family poverty has changed compared to previous years, and the latest survey was carried out between mid-February and mid-April this year with both professionals and young people. And respondents to that survey identified changes to the benefit system as the top issue relating to poverty, with insecure income and employment as the second most important factor. 48%, nearly half of respondents, said that the situation had got worse over the past year. And some of the issues identified in the survey also included a lack of essential items such as clothes, beds. Other issues included access to food banks, social poverty, such as not being able to participate in activities, low self-esteem and aspirations, and the negative impact on physical and mental health as well. It paints a very bleak and depressing picture, doesn't it? And I want to pay tribute to Children in Wales and all the other organisations who do so much work in their crusade against poverty and its effects on children and families in Wales. And we have plenty of evidence here in Wales, of course, of the negative impact welfare changes are having on some families, including the freeze or cuts to benefits, delayed payments, sanctions, bedroom tax and the new two-child limit on means-tested benefits. This is clearly a huge problem facing families and children in Wales. Yet, as we know, the Welsh Government is still refusing to demand that some of the powers over welfare be devolved to Wales so that we could mitigate at least some of the worst elements of the UK Government's welfare reforms. Now, I mentioned access to food banks a moment ago, and I was speaking to a trustee of the Vale of Clwyd food bank only last week, and he told me that around a third of the people who receive food packages from them are children. Over 500 children received food parcels from them last year alone. And all of this means, of course, that people are having to make impossible choices on a daily basis, which they shouldn't have to make. And we've heard it before, haven't we? They have to choose between putting food on the table, clothing their children, or heating their home. And I was pointed recently in the direction of an article that appeared in the British Medical Journal that warned that the next public health crisis in the UK would be child malnutrition. Child malnutrition in a 21st century Western economy. Now, this in turn, of course, impacts on educational attainment, with teachers doing their best to work with children who are hungry, who are tired, and who are suffering some of the other physical impacts of poverty. One teacher in a primary school near to where I live was telling me recently how she had to deal with the social services in the last couple of years more than she had ever done before, to unprecedented levels compared to her experience of a long career in teaching. So let's be clear. Child poverty is a rights violation, and ministers of this government have a due regard duty to the UNCRC through the Rights of Children and Young Persons Wales Measure 2011. Now, the question we're faced asking ourselves is this. Is child poverty really now becoming the norm for many families, schools and communities across Wales? And what's being done about it? Now, I touched at the start of this contribution on some of the initiatives from previous Welsh governments from over a decade ago now to try to tackle child poverty. So where are we today? The 2010 Children and Families Wales measure continues to provide the legislative framework for tackling child poverty in Wales. It places a duty on Welsh ministers and named public bodies to set objectives for tackling child poverty. The previous Welsh Government, published their revised child poverty strategy in December 2015. And after evaluating the strategy, an assessment of progress report was published in December 2016. However, it's not clear how this strategy is being utilised, nor how today it's shaping this current government's thinking. Taking Wales forward, the government's foundational strategy is seen as the new vehicle for taking actions. However, it doesn't have an explicit reference to poverty, aside from a brief mention of fuel poverty. Indeed, the government's flagship Prosperity for All national strategy, in that there's only one reference to poverty, which can be found within the text of the early years cross-cutting priority, but of course there's no child poverty action plan to deliver the strategy. Now, the government did have a broader tackling poverty action plan, which had within it measurable milestones, targets and key performance indicators between 2013 and 2016. However, this plan came to an end with the end of the last government, and we've seen no replacement action plan to deliver this agenda. Of course, what we have seen, however, is the scrapping of the Anti-Poverty Communities First programme. We saw the initial scrapping of the school uniform grant, which was subsequently reversed due to mass public outcry. We know that Flying Start provides a service, but it's very much a postcode lottery, where we recently reported from the Children, Young People and Education Committee that most children who need those services don't actually live within those areas that can access it. And, of course, we're now seeing the government bringing forward a childcare offer that proposes to give couples earning up to £200,000 a year free childcare, whilst excluding the poorest children from workless families from receiving that same support. A poverty advisory group, which was convened under the last government and had representation from all sectors and key groups, has also been scrapped. The sad truth is that Wales is now without a headline target or a similar pledge to eradicate child poverty by a certain date in the future, and there doesn't seem to be an appetite, from what I see from this government, to introduce such a target either. But we must have ambition, and we must have a target to aim for. How else can we measure whether or not government policies are successful in any meaningful way? The UN Committee on the Rights of the Child called for concrete targets within a time frame back in July 2016. The Joseph Rowntree Foundation called for an aim that fewer than 1 in 10 people are in poverty at any one time by 2030. Indeed, a 2030 target would be in line with Wales's Sustainable Development Goals on ending poverty and inequality, providing a solid relationship with the intentions of the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act. And the End Child Poverty Network Cymru has also repeatedly called for the Welsh Government to renew its previous ambition and set new headline targets, something that we in Plaid Cymru very much support. The Government also lacks an annual reporting mechanism which would bring together all of the activities in one place and which would allow a better understanding of how all the different programmes, such as Flying Start, Families First, the different funding streams and policies, are together contributing towards an overarching target. Such a single, coherent plan could be a compendium of existing actions with clear and complementary targets and milestones, and a strong narrative around it as well to reinvigorate the whole debate around child poverty. And that will help us as well move from problems to solutions and send an unequivocal message to all delivery partners, including public bodies and the public service boards, of the Government's clear intention and expectations, putting an explicit focus on tackling child poverty. Contrast our situation in Wales with Scotland, where the Scottish Government has set itself new targets for 2030, such as having less than 10% living in relative poverty, less than 5% living in absolute poverty, less than 5% living in persistent poverty, and there are others too. They've also published a child poverty delivery plan, which clearly sets out the actions to be taken to progress towards the ambitious child poverty targets set for 2030. It pains me to say that our government's response here in Wales has been weak in comparison. Key recommendations put forward by the Economy, Local Government and Communities Committee, that a clear tackling poverty strategy is published and that the Welsh Government develops a dashboard of poverty indicators, have both been rejected. And I'd urge the Government to reconsider their refusal and to look at these proposals again. Plaid Cymru has been clear in terms of our policies. We want to see universal childcare for all parents rather than the limited proposals that are on offer from the Welsh Government. Why can't we reorientate adult skills programmes to reward providers on outcomes such as income, rather than qualifications achieved? And, of course, we want to see adopting a no evictions policy due to benefit cuts for all families with children. I realise that time is short, so I will I'll make one important point that there are, and I made a similar point in an earlier debate, there are strengths to having a cross-government approach very often to some of these broader issues. But there can be risks as well. And I'm not convinced in this context that it's actually working. It says something that I really had no idea which Cabinet Secretary or Minister was going to be responding to this debate this afternoon. I'm not sure what that tells us about the clarity around who actually leads on this within government. There may be plenty of backseat drivers, but who's sitting in the driving seat here, leading on this agenda, leading the charge from the front? I am running out of time, so I'll conclude my remarks by saying that, child poverty in Wales is getting worse, and the government's response really needs to reflect that fact, because it is a fact. And we need to be intensifying our actions, redoubling our efforts, being more ambitious and more determined than ever to rid Wales of this scourge. And like Romelu Lukaku, we need to play the game of our lives to beat child poverty. We need the same kind of comeback in this context as the Belgian team experienced the other night against Japan. And I hope in his response that the Cabinet Secretary will reflect that very same sentiment, that same ambition, that same determination, but backed up with action.
Thank you. Can I now call the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Transport to reply to the debate, Ken Skate?
Diolch, Deputy Llywydd, and I'd like to thank the member for North Wales for highlighting this most important of issues today, and I'm pleased to respond on behalf of the whole of government. Our Tackling Poverty programme is something that all ministers are responsible for. However, I'm delighted to be able to respond on behalf of each of the ministers in this debate, and I'll begin by saying that whilst recent data shows that the level of relative child poverty in Wales has fallen slightly, we have no room whatsoever to be complacent. Current levels are too high, admittedly, and there is a consensus of opinion from a range of respected research organisations that the detrimental impact of the UK government's tax and welfare reforms on disadvantaged families means that we'll see a significant rise in child poverty in the coming years. It's been estimated by the Equality and Human Rights Commission that an additional 50,000 Welsh children could be plunged into poverty, and that we could see an increase in levels of deprivation for our most vulnerable families. Now, as you know, the fiscal powers over the welfare system, which are needed to bring about any significant change in levels of child poverty, do not sit with Welsh Government, but there is much that we can do with our existing levers to help to mitigate the impact of poverty for our children and their families, and indeed to prevent poverty in the longer term. And that's what I want to focus on, the prevention of poverty. And we believe that investing in the early years of a child's life is a key priority for our national strategy, Prosperity for All. We're focusing on those areas where we can have the most impact, on the pivotal early years of a child's life and on maximising employability. And we're making an important contribution to improving health and developmental outcomes through programmes such as Flying Start and our Healthy Child Wales programme. Our Families First programme provides advice and support to parents looking at the needs, the whole needs of the whole family. On employability, there is a strong evidence base to show that employment provides the most sustainable route out of poverty, and our employability plan sets out those actions that we'll take to support individuals to find, to maintain and to progress in employment. We know that staying in work and having opportunities to progress through work are vital in improving outcomes. The employability plan, it has to be said, works in tandem with our economic action plan, a plan to increase wealth and well-being whilst also reducing inequalities. And at the heart of the economic action plan is a new relationship between government and business based on the principle of public investment with a social purpose. Our economic contract requires businesses seeking direct investment from us to act responsibly as businesses and as employers. And our ambition is to make Wales a fair work nation with access to better jobs closer to home, developing skills and careers, a nation where we can all expect decent, life-enhancing work, and a nation where we all build prosperity and all share in that prosperity. We're setting up a Fair Work Commission, which will test the evidence and make recommendations on supporting fair work in Wales, and we expect the Commission to report in the spring of 2019. And in terms of the impact of the UK's exit from the EU on the child poverty agenda, this will have far-reaching consequences for the prosperity of Wales for many years to come. Analysis shows that any significant reduction in access to the single market will be damaging for Wales's prosperity. For example, the cost of food, particularly fresh fruit and vegetables, could rise significantly in the event of a no-deal scenario. Such price rises are likely to be disproportionately felt amongst those children living in the least affluent families. While we don't underestimate the scale of our challenge, we must also recognise the strength of the opportunity. Our labour market is, by historical standards, in a relatively strong position. We have an opportunity to build on the advances made in recent years that have seen close to a record number of people in work. We also have a real opportunity to build on our relationship with world-class companies and significant investments. Through our work, we can build on the strong foundations we are developing, future-proof our economy and empower our people and communities so that we all have the opportunity to contribute to and benefit from economic growth.
Thank you very much. And that brings today's proceedings to a close. Thank you.